Welcome back to Terrified Tales, where the rain falls slow and the fear creeps in quicker. Like and subscribe before we begin, and tell us where and when you're listening. Midnight, alone, that's when they find you. The wind howled across the desolate valley as Evelyn Blackwood's old car rattled its way down the winding, narrow road that led to Blackwood Hollow. The rain fell in sheets, the drops hitting the windshield like 1,000 tiny hammers. Outside, the world was grey, clouds heavy and oppressive, the hills surrounding the valley swallowed by mist. She couldn't remember the last time she'd seen the sun in this place, or if it had ever truly shone at all. The village, with its crumbling stone houses and sagging rooftops, felt like a ghost of a forgotten past, a past she had long since abandoned, but now found herself returning to, unwillingly yet inevitably. Her hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, the leather worn smooth beneath her fingers. She'd come back. After months of putting it off, Evelyn finally returned to the place she had once called home, not because she wanted to, but because she had to. It wasn't just the pull of unfinished business or the looming legacy of her father's work. It was something deeper, something that gnawed at her insides, reminding her of everything she had left behind. The guilt, the anger, the sense of unresolved loss. Evelyn had left Blackwood Hollow at 17, unable to bear the weight of her father's expectations. Liam Blackwood had been a historian, a man obsessed with the ancient and the unknown. For most of her life, he had been more a distant figure in her world than a father. Yet his death, a sudden heart attack just 6 months ago, had left her reeling. In the wake of his passing, she found herself sifting through his notes, journals, and half-completed research. His obsession with the ruins beneath the valley had consumed his final years, and now those ruins seemed to call to her, just as her father had, with the same relentless pull. She parked her car near the overgrown path that led to the stone ruins. The village was silent, its few remaining residents huddled indoors, avoiding the storm that had lingered for days. Evelyn could see a few dim lights flickering through the windows, but none approached her as she stepped out of the car. The villagers had always been a superstitious lot, and after her father's death they had grown even more distant. They'd warned her against following in his footsteps, but she had never listened, just as she never listened to anything that came from her father's mouth. She adjusted the straps of her weathered backpack and set off down the path. The trees bent low, their branches heavy with rainwater, the air thick with the smell of wet earth and decay. It was as if the entire valley was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Something she couldn't quite name but felt. Nonetheless, the ruins appeared through the trees like a long-forgotten monument to something older than time itself. The stone pillars loomed dark and broken, their edges softened by centuries of neglect. Some had fallen, others half buried beneath the ground, but they were unmistakable. They stood there, waiting. Evelyn felt a chill run down her spine as she approached the ancient structure, but it wasn't just the cold of the storm. It was something else, something older, pressing in on her with every step she took. As she reached the edge of the ruin, she noticed something strange in the dirt. A small, half-buried object gleaming faintly in the low light. It was a stone, amulet chipped and worn with age, its intricate carvings almost impossible to make out. Evelyn knelt and brushed the dirt away. The markings seemed familiar, too familiar, but her mind struggled to place them. She picked it up, feeling the cool weight of the stone in her palm. It felt oddly alive, as if it had a pulse of its own. Suddenly, a sound broke the silence, a whisper. Low, distant, but unmistakable. Evelyn's head snapped around, but there was nothing. No one. Only the trees swaying gently in the wind. She shook her head, her heart beating faster than it should have. The whispers. It had been years since she'd heard them. Years since the voices had started, back when her father had begun his last expedition into these ruins. They were always in the back of her mind, just beyond the threshold of comprehension. She had learned to ignore them, to push them aside. But here, in this place, they returned. Her fingers tightened around the amulet as she stood up. The whispers came again, softer now, but more persistent. She tried to ignore them, to focus on the task at hand, but they lingered, swirling in her ears like an insistent wind. The amulet, now clasped tightly in her hand, seemed to throb with a strange energy, as if it were calling her to listen. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes, trying to steady herself. She needed to focus. Her father's research, the notes, the journals. This was why she had come. To finish his work, to find the answers he had left behind. But the whispers, they wouldn't stop. She looked down at the amulet again. The strange markings seemed to shift before her eyes, the lines twisting into new shapes, new symbols. The voice inside her head, clear now, was calling her name. Evelyn, it whispered, soft and pleading, and just as quickly as it had started, the whispering stopped. Evelyn blinked, confused and disoriented. She couldn't tell if the voices were real or if she had imagined them, but the feeling in her gut was undeniable. The air had changed. It was thick, charged with an energy that felt wrong. The storm outside seemed to be growing fiercer, the wind howling louder, though the valley was still. For a moment she considered leaving, packing up and heading back to the village. She had been warned about this place, warned about what her father had been investigating, but she couldn't turn away. Not now. Not when she was so close. The ruins whispered to her, and Evelyn Blackwood, despite every rational thought in her mind, could not resist answering their call. The ruins stood like jagged teeth against the grey sky, their broken forms silhouetted against the mist-shrouded hills. Evelyn stood before them, feeling the weight of history in the air. The cold wind whispered through the cracks in the stone, sending a shiver down her spine. She hadn't felt the pull of the place this strongly before. It was almost as if the ruins were calling to her, urging her to step closer, to uncover what lay beneath. But with each step, she felt the suffocating presence of something ancient, something far older than her understanding. The whispers returned, faint but persistent, curling around her thoughts like smoke. Behind her, Thomas Reeve unloaded their equipment. The sound of metal against stone and the scraping of the tarp being unfurled felt jarring in the silence of the ruins. Thomas was a solid, reliable figure, a good colleague, if not a true friend. He had been with her through many digs, but this one felt different. She could feel his skepticism in the air, the unease he tried to mask with his usual dry humor. Still, he followed her, his footsteps heavy with reluctance. "You sure about this, Evelyn?" Thomas asked, setting down the last of the heavy crates. He wiped his hands on his coat, glancing up at the structure. "I mean, this place, it's cursed. The locals practically spit when they talk about it." Evelyn didn't respond right away. Instead, she squatted down beside the base of one of the towering stone columns. Her fingers brushed against the worn surface, tracing the deep grooves carved into the stone, symbols that had been worn down over centuries of neglect. There was something unsettling about them, something that made her skin prickle, even as her mind screamed for her to stop, to leave it all behind and go back home. But she couldn't. "I know," Evelyn finally said, her voice quieter than she intended. She stood and glanced back at Thomas. "But it's my father's work. I have to see it through." Thomas studied her for a moment, his face a mixture of concern and doubt. "Your father's work is what got him into trouble. He spent years here, Evelyn, chasing ghosts and stories. And now you're—" "I'm not chasing ghosts," she interrupted sharply. Her hands tightened around the stone amulet still in her palm. "This isn't about him. This is about finding the truth. What he couldn't finish, I need to finish." Tomas opened his mouth as though about to protest further, but instead he sighed and shook his head. All right, fine. But if this goes sideways, I'm not sticking around to get buried under a pile of stones with you. Evelyn didn't answer, her eyes fixed on the ruins. The air seemed to hum with an eerie energy, as if something was hidden just beneath the surface, waiting to be uncovered. She couldn't shake the feeling that the ground itself was alive, that the very stones had a story to tell if she could only listen closely enough. The whispers in her ears grew louder, urging her forward. Clara's coming later, right? Tomas asked, trying to distract her from the tension that had settled in. Evelyn nodded absent-mindedly, her gaze still fixed on the crumbling stones. Clara Munro, the local historian, had agreed to help them once they had made progress, but Evelyn wasn't sure what more the woman could offer. She was steeped in superstition, unwilling to entertain any theories beyond the folklore the villagers clung to. But Evelyn had learned long ago that history wasn't just about stories. It was about facts, about digging deep enough to find the truth buried beneath. She'll be here soon, Evelyn replied, though the words felt distant in her mouth. As the day wore on, they set up camp near the ruins. Evelyn couldn't bring herself to focus on anything other than the stones. She laid out the maps her father had drawn, comparing them with the symbols she had discovered earlier. It was as if the pieces of the puzzle were coming together, but the picture they formed was dark, incomplete. There was a sense of finality to it all, like the earth was holding its breath, waiting for something to shift, to awaken. By the time Clara arrived, the rain had stopped, leaving behind a heavy, damp fog that hung in the air like a veil. The village was far behind them, and the only sound now was the wind stirring through the trees, a low, mournful wail. Clara's footsteps were tentative as she approached, her eyes flicking nervously to the ruins. "So, you've started digging?" Clara's voice was hesitant, but there was an edge of reproach in it. She was dressed in a thick woolen coat, the collar turned up against the chill, and her hands were gloved, her movements deliberate. She had the air of someone who had been worn down by years of living in a place that no longer seemed to hold any warmth. Evelyn stood and gestured toward the stones. "It's just the beginning. We haven't touched the deeper sections yet." Clara's gaze lingered on the ruins, her lips pressed tight. "This place, you don't understand what it means. You don't know what's buried here." Tomas, who had been gathering equipment, paused and looked over at Clara, clearly irritated by the older woman's tone. "We're not here for superstitions, Clara. We're here to do actual research. If you've got something useful to add, we'd appreciate it." Clara shot him a sharp look before turning her attention back to Evelyn. "You're just like him," she muttered, almost too quietly for Tomas to hear. "You think you can solve it. You think you can finish what he started. But you'll never understand it. No one can." Evelyn frowned, her fingers tightening around the amulet once again. "What are you talking about?" Clara shook her head, taking a step back from the ruins, as if unwilling to be near them for too long. "You should leave. Leave now before it's too late." Evelyn's heart skipped a beat, the weight of Clara's warning sinking in. But she couldn't turn back, not now, not when the truth was within reach. She glanced at Tomas, but he was too busy unloading more supplies to notice the tension between them. "I can't leave," Evelyn said firmly, her voice almost a whisper. "This is my father's legacy. It's all I have left." Clara studied her for a moment, her eyes softening with a mixture of sorrow and something else Evelyn couldn't place. Fear, maybe. She sighed, as if there were no point in arguing any longer. "Then dig, Evelyn. But know this. You're not just digging through soil and stone. You're digging through history. And history, well, it has a way of burying people. All of them. Even the ones who think they're strong enough to face it." Evelyn didn't reply. Instead, She turned back toward the ruins, her mind racing. The whispers were louder now, curling around her thoughts like dark tendrils. As she walked back toward the excavation site, she felt the weight of Clara's words pressing against her chest. But the desire to uncover the truth, to finish what her father had started, overpowered the warning. The wind stirred once again, and for the briefest moment, Evelyn thought she heard a voice, low, guttural, and far too familiar. It wasn't Clara's voice. It wasn't Tomas's either. It was her father's voice. Don't stop. Evelyn's sleep that night was restless, her dreams thick with shadows. The steady rhythm of the rain outside her tent mixed with the faint whispering voices that seemed to slip in through the fabric of the world, curling around her thoughts like smoke. The soft murmur of the wind, the occasional distant crack of thunder, it was all too familiar, yet foreign, like the landscape itself had turned against her, its silence too complete, too expectant. She shifted beneath her blanket, trying to find a position that would bring some comfort, but the unease gnawed at her. The whispers had started again after she had entered the ruins earlier, crawling in the edges of her mind, urging her deeper into the darkness of her father's obsession. And then, just as she began to fall into a light, troubled sleep, the world around her fractured, and the dream began. She found herself standing alone in a vast, cavernous space, endless and dark. The floor was cold beneath her bare feet, the air thick with an ancient, choking dust that settled in her lungs and made every breath feel like a struggle. She couldn't tell if it was day or night, if the world outside this place even existed. The silence was absolute, broken only by the sound of her footsteps echoing off unseen walls. And then she saw him, her father. Liam Blackwood stood at the far end of the cavern, his figure obscured in shadow. His back was turned, but she knew it was him. He was always so distant, always so absorbed in his work. Even when she was a child trying to win his approval, he had been unreachable, forever wrapped in his research. But here, in this endless place, Evelyn could feel the weight of his presence. His shoulders were hunched, his movements slow and deliberate, as if he were searching for something buried beneath the earth itself. "Dad?" Evelyn called out, her voice trembling with a sudden need to be heard. The word felt wrong in her mouth, as though it hadn't been spoken in years. She hadn't called him Dad in so long. But the name hung between them like a fragile thread, one that could easily break. Liam didn't turn around, but she felt his eyes on her nonetheless. Cold, distant. He never had been a warm man, but now, in the dream, he seemed more a ghost than anything real. "You've come too late," his voice said, a rasping whisper in the dark. "You always come too late." Evelyn took a step forward, her heart pounding. "I'm not late, Dad. I'm here to finish what you started. I need to know the truth. Why didn't you tell me, tell anyone about what you were researching?" "What you found?" Her father's figure shifted, but he didn't speak. Instead, the ground beneath her feet trembled, as though some force deep below was shifting, waking. The cavern groaned, its walls cracking, and Evelyn felt herself being pulled toward him, toward the darkness at the center of it all. "You'll never understand," Liam's voice echoed colder now. "There are some things you cannot know, some doors that should remain closed." Evelyn's breath caught in her throat. Her father had been obsessed with the ruins, with the ancient ritual that had been performed there centuries ago. He'd pored over old texts, arcane symbols, whispers of curses long forgotten by the world. She had thought she understood it all, thought she was ready to uncover the truth. But the words her father spoke now made her feel as if everything she had uncovered was nothing but dust and lies. "Why did you hide it from me?" Evelyn asked, her voice breaking. "Why did you keep me away? Why did you choose this place over me?" Liam's head slowly turned, his eyes now visible. in the dark, empty, hollow, like two black voids staring into her very soul. His lips didn't move, but the words came nonetheless. Because I was already gone, Evelyn. And so are you. Her heart stopped. She wanted to reach out, to shake him, to scream for him to wake up, to tell her everything, but her limbs were heavy. The ground beneath her feet buckled and cracked, the cavern itself breaking apart, swallowing everything in its path. Evelyn opened her mouth to speak, but no sound came out. The darkness swallowed her whole, and her father's hollow eyes seemed to pierce through her very core, as if he could see into all the things she had kept buried. And then she woke up. Evelyn's eyes shot open, the suddenness of the awakening leaving her breathless. For a moment, she just lay there, her heart pounding in her chest. The cold morning light filtered through the canvas of the tent, and she could hear the sound of Tomas moving outside, the soft rustling of his coat as he unpacked their supplies. She sat up quickly, the dream still clinging to her mind like cobwebs. Her father's words repeated over and over in her head. You'll never understand. Some doors that should remain closed. The cold sweat clung to her skin, and her fingers trembled as she reached for the small stone amulet on the table beside her. The faint markings etched into its surface seemed to glow in the weak light of the morning. The dream hadn't been just a dream, it had been a warning. She could feel it in her bones, the truth just beyond her grasp. But what truth? What had her father discovered in those final obsessive years before his death? Her hand reached out instinctively, grasping the amulet. As her fingers closed around it, a jolt of cold shot through her, sharp and sudden. She pulled her hand back, her pulse racing. The amulet throbbed in her palm as if it were alive, its markings shifting again, the symbols twisting and turning in the light. She squeezed her eyes shut, trying to shake off the lingering feelings of dread. The whispers had started again, softer this time, like the far-off echo of a dream. Evelyn. The voice. Not again. The soft murmur was unmistakable. It was her father's voice. She could hear it clearly in her mind, but when she opened her eyes and looked around the tent, there was no one there. A chill ran through her, but Evelyn pushed it down. She couldn't let herself be consumed by the madness, by the fear that her father's obsession was taking hold of her, as it had taken hold of him. She couldn't let the past drag her under. Her fingers gripped the amulet one last time, and she stood up. The ruins were waiting, and no matter how much her heart twisted in her chest, she couldn't turn away. Not now, not after everything. The truth was calling, and Evelyn Blackwood was determined to answer. The sun barely broke through the dense canopy of clouds overhead, casting an eerie, muted light across the ruins. Evelyn felt an uncomfortable weight pressing down on her chest as she stood at the threshold of the excavation site, the air thick with moisture. The ground beneath her feet felt damp and uneven, as though the earth itself were resisting her efforts to uncover its secrets. But she had no intention of stopping. Not now. Tomas was off to the side, setting up surveying equipment, though he frequently cast concerned glances her way, as if trying to gauge the depths of her obsession. He had been quieter since yesterday, his unease growing as he noticed the subtle changes in her behavior, her distance, her tendency to speak to herself in murmurs, the way her eyes would sometimes glaze over when she stood too close to the ruins. He had never been one to indulge in superstition, but Evelyn could see it in his eyes. He was worried. Despite his reservations, he had helped her clear away more of the rubble and sediment from the area around the central stone structure. They had uncovered a narrow path that led deeper into the earth, half obscured by centuries of dust and debris. Evelyn's hands shook as she brushed away the final layers of earth, revealing what lay beneath. Her breath caught in her throat. There, buried under the centuries-old stone, lay a stone slab, a large, flat rock with faintly etched symbols running along its edges. The markings were unlike any Evelyn had seen before, alien in their intricacy, their shapes looping and intertwining in a complex pattern that made her head spin. It was as if the stone itself was alive, breathing beneath her fingertips. She knelt down, hands trembling as she traced the symbols with her fingers. The whispers were louder now, more insistent. They swirled around her thoughts, pressing against her mind, urging her to continue to push forward. The voice, her father's voice, was stronger than before, as though it were emanating from the stone itself. "You have to finish it, Evelyn." The words echoed in her mind. A command, a plea. "This is the way, don't stop now." Her breath quickened, and she shook her head, trying to clear the fog in her thoughts. She had to focus. She was here for answers. She had to prove that her father's research hadn't been in vain. But Tomas was watching her, and his voice broke through the haze. "Evelyn, what is that?" His voice trembled slightly, an edge of fear creeping in. This isn't just a part of the ruins. This is something else." Evelyn stood up slowly, brushing the dust off her hands. She didn't want to admit it to herself, but Tomas was right. There was something undeniably wrong about the slab, something ancient and disturbing, like it was never meant to be uncovered, let alone touched. "It's just another part of the site," Evelyn said, trying to sound convincing. But her voice faltered as she glanced back down at the stone. She couldn't shake the feeling that it was calling to her, that it wanted her to open it, to unlock whatever had been sealed away for so long. Tomas frowned, taking a cautious step toward her. "You're not really thinking of, 'I have to,'" Evelyn interrupted, her voice steady but cold. "I need to finish what my father started. This isn't just some site. This is part of something bigger. You don't understand." She didn't look at him as she spoke. Her eyes were fixed on the slab, her mind racing. Her father's obsession with the ruins, with the curse he believed lay beneath the earth. He had always hinted at something more, something that went beyond mere historical interest. She had dismissed his warnings, but now, standing in front of the stone, with the whispers rising again, she wasn't so sure. Tomas opened his mouth, probably to argue again, but was interrupted by a sudden crack, a deep, resonating sound that vibrated through the ground. The earth trembled beneath their feet, and Evelyn stumbled back in surprise. "What the hell was that?" Tomas demanded, his voice rising in panic. Evelyn's heart pounded in her chest, and she could feel the weight of the moment pressing down on her. She glanced at Tomas, but he was looking at the ruins with wide, terrified eyes. The slab had shifted. A small crack appeared along the edge, and from the depths of the stone came a low, hollow rumble, as though something ancient had just begun to stir. It's starting," Evelyn whispered to herself, her voice barely audible. The realization hit her like a wave. This wasn't just a discovery. It was the beginning of something that had been sealed away for centuries, something her father had feared. She could feel it now, the pull, the weight of whatever lay beneath the stone. It was calling to her, just as it had called to him. Before she could react, the rumbling deepened, and with a final agonizing crack, the stone slab split open, revealing a hidden chamber beneath. The air that spilled out was cold, unnaturally cold, and carried with it the unmistakable scent of damp earth and something else, something rotting and ancient. The whispers in her mind intensified, filling her thoughts, drowning out everything else. Evelyn, you must finish it. You must release it. You are the key." Her heart raced. The cold air seemed to crawl under her skin, and she could feel the presence of someone, pressing down on her, urging her to enter. "Evelyn!" Tomas's voice broke through her haze. "We need to get out of here, now." But Evelyn didn't hear him. She was already stepping forward, her fingers reaching toward the dark, yawning hole that had opened beneath the stone. She could feel the pull in her bones now, stronger than ever. "Evelyn, please," Thomas shouted, grabbing her arm, trying to pull her back. But Evelyn jerked free, her eyes locked on the shadowy passage below. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, until they were a roar in her ears, drowning out all rational thought. Her mind was no longer her own. It was consumed by a singular, undeniable truth. She had to go down there. She had to uncover whatever lay beneath the stone. Whatever it was tied to her father, to his death, and now to her own destiny. With a final glance at Thomas, who was now staring at her in horror, Evelyn took a deep breath and stepped into the darkness. The ground beneath her feet shifted once more, and she felt a strange chill grip her heart. The whispers seemed to follow her, guiding her deeper into the very heart of the earth. But as she descended into the unknown, she couldn't shake the feeling that she wasn't alone anymore. Something else was there, waiting for her, waiting to claim her. The chamber beneath the stone slab was unlike anything Evelyn had imagined. It was not a mere passage, nor a forgotten crypt, as she had expected. Instead, it felt like stepping into the heart of something ancient, alive, something that had been sealed away for reasons she couldn't fully understand. The walls were smooth, slick with moisture, and every surface seemed to pulse with an unsettling energy. The air was thick with the scent of decay, a damp earthiness that made her stomach churn. But it was more than that. There was a lingering, faint odor of something metallic, like blood, seeping up from the depths below. Evelyn stepped forward, her footfalls echoing in the vast silence of the chamber. Her breath came in shallow bursts, and for a moment she almost turned back. Almost. But something urged her on. The whispers had not stopped. They had only grown louder, more urgent, drowning out all rational thought. She couldn't ignore them anymore. They had come for her, pulling her deeper into the darkness. As she walked further into the chamber, she noticed the strange carvings that covered the walls. Unlike the symbols outside, these were complex, intricate, flowing in patterns that twisted and curled like a living thing. The lines seemed to shift with every blink of her eyes, as though the very stone was changing before her. Some of the carvings resembled the glyphs she had seen earlier in her father's journals. But there was something more to them, something darker. They weren't just symbols. They were a language, a warning. "Stop!" Thomas's voice echoed behind her, breaking through her thoughts. His voice trembled, thin and strained, and she could hear the fear in it. "Evelyn, this is madness. We have to leave. We've uncovered enough. This is beyond anything we should be involved with." Evelyn froze, but only for a moment. She turned to look at him, seeing the terror in his eyes. He was standing at the edge of the chamber, his arms crossed tightly over his chest, as though he were trying to hold himself together. The fear radiated off him, and for a moment she felt the weight of his concern pressing against her. But it didn't matter. "I can't stop now," she said quietly, her voice filled with a strange conviction. Her fingers closed around the amulet in her pocket, the stone warm against her skin. The whispering had become a constant presence in her mind, a murmur at the edge of her thoughts, urging her forward. The amulet. It felt like it was a key to something far bigger than herself. "I have to know. I have to finish it." Thomas took a hesitant step toward her, his face pale. "You don't know what you're dealing with. I've heard the stories, the curses, the spirits, It's not a curse, Thomas." "Evelyn." Cut him off, her voice firm now, louder than it had been. "It's not some village superstition. My father was right. There's something here, something real. And if we don't find it, If we don't understand it, we'll never get out. He shook his head, his eyes wide. Evelyn, you're not hearing yourself. This place, these symbols, it's not just history. It's a warning. Do you understand? It's not meant to be uncovered. She could feel his hands shaking, could see his fear. His concern for her, for both of them, was tangible. But Evelyn couldn't afford to be afraid. Not now. Not when the truth was just within her grasp. I know you're scared, she said, her voice softening, almost apologetic. But I'm not. I'm not afraid of what's down here. I'm not afraid of my father's work. I'm not afraid of this place. The chamber seemed to pulse in response, as though the very earth beneath them was listening to her words, reacting to the weight of her conviction. The whispers seemed to agree, rising in volume, wrapping around her like a blanket. Her fingers dug into the amulet, the heat of it spreading through her hand, steady and relentless. You don't understand. Tomas stepped forward, his face twisted in frustration. This place, these ruins, they aren't just old stones. They're part of something darker, something beyond any of us. I've read about it in old texts and I know what's happening. Now, it's not just your father's research, it's something else, something alive. Evelyn felt a sharp pang in her chest, a cold dread that crept in, but she quickly shoved it away. I have to understand, Tomas. I need to know. It's the only way I'll have peace. The words fell from her lips before she could stop them, but they rang true. She hadn't known it fully until now, but the pull of the ruins, the mystery of her father's obsession had always been more than just professional curiosity. It had been personal. Her father's death had left a hole in her life, a wound she had tried to ignore. But now, standing here in the dark, surrounded by the echoes of his work, she realized she had never truly let him go. This place was the key to her grief, to the part of her that had been missing for so long. If she could just understand, if she could finish what he started. Evelyn, Tomas's voice broke through her thoughts, softer now, almost pleading. You don't have to do this. Please come back with me. Let's just leave this place. But Evelyn only shook her head. She couldn't leave. Not now. Not when she was so close. With a decisive movement, she took another step forward into the chamber, the floor cool beneath her feet, and the air heavier with every breath she took. She didn't look back this time. She didn't need to. The whispers had become too much a part of her to ignore. She was drawn into the shadows, moving toward the center of the room, where a dark shape stood waiting, just beyond the reach of her flashlight's beam. A pedestal made of ancient stone, with something glinting atop it, a relic, an object of some kind. Her heart raced. For a moment, Evelyn thought she heard Tomas call her name again, but it was distant, muffled, as though his voice were being swallowed by the earth itself. Her pulse quickened. The pedestal's surface was cold, slick, with moisture, but when she touched it, it seemed to pulse beneath her fingertips, as though it were alive. It was then that she saw it, a small, intricately carved box, its edges worn with time, its surface etched with familiar symbols. The same symbols her father had spent years researching, the same symbols that had been hidden beneath the earth for centuries. This was it, the culmination of her father's work. And now, it was hers to complete. She reached for the box. Suddenly, a sharp gust of air rushed through the chamber, extinguishing her flashlight and plunging them both into total darkness. Evelyn froze, her breath caught in her throat. And for the first time, the weight of her decision pressed down on her fully. There was no going back. She had already crossed the threshold, and as she fumbled to open the box, she felt something stir in the air around her. Something old, something powerful. The whispers seemed to swirl around her like a storm, louder now, almost deafening. And then, She heard it. The voice. Evelyn. The sound came not from her father's voice, but from something deeper, something far older, something that had been waiting, and it was ready to claim her. The chamber was silent, save for the pounding of Evelyn's heart in her ears. She felt the cold press of darkness around her, the dampness of the stone floor beneath her feet, and the weight of the moment, the quiet pressure building in her chest. The flashlight's light flickered out, leaving them in a suffocating blackness. Her fingers still gripped the stone pedestal, now slick with sweat, the feeling of its cold surface like the bones of the earth itself. Evelyn's breath quickened, and for a fleeting moment she thought about retreating, about running back up the passage, abandoning everything. But the whispers had returned, louder than ever. They were swirling around her, crawling beneath her skin, each word pressing against her mind like an invisible weight. The voice, the one she had first heard so faintly in her dreams, was here. Again, not a dream this time, not a hallucination. It was in the very air she breathed, clear and unmistakable. Evelyn. The word was soft, but insistent, a familiar sound she could not ignore. But it wasn't just her father's voice. It was older, more ancient. It felt like it had come from the very stone itself, from the earth beneath her feet. Dad. Evelyn whispered, her voice barely audible, as if speaking louder would shatter the fragile thread that connected her to the world around her. But the voice didn't answer in her father's tone. Instead, it came again, low and guttural, the words indistinct, a rhythm of syllables that echoed inside her skull like a chant. She flinched, her pulse racing. A sudden gust of cold air blew across her skin, carrying with it a faint smell, metallic like rust, and something else. Something faintly sweet, like rotting flowers. Tomas's voice cut through the darkness, sharp and full of fear. Evelyn, get away from the pedestal. We don't know what's going on here. Evelyn turned toward him, her senses heightened by the darkness. It's okay, Tomas. Just wait. Her voice sounded alien to her, distant, as though the words weren't her own. She tried to steady herself, to focus, but something inside her had snapped. Something inside her was awake. The more she focused on the pedestal, the more she could feel it. The pull, the calling from the depths beneath her. There was something there, something buried for centuries. Tomas's footsteps echoed as he took a step toward her, but Evelyn didn't respond. She could feel the weight of his concern, the tension in his voice, but it seemed so far away. Her focus was fixed solely on the pedestal now, and the ancient box sitting atop it. She reached for the box, her fingers trembling as they brushed the cool, smooth surface. The moment her fingers made contact, a jolt of energy shot through her, almost like an electric shock. She gasped, the sensation overwhelming, sending a sharp shiver up her spine. Her heart skipped a beat, but her hand didn't pull back. The box seemed to hum under her fingertips, and for a split second, she felt a strange connection, like something was reaching out to her from the depths of the earth, something that had waited for millennia to be touched. She wasn't just uncovering a relic, she was waking something. The feeling was overwhelming, suffocating, as though the very weight of history was pressing down on her, making her feel small, insignificant in comparison. The whispers were clearer now. They weren't just in her head anymore. They were all around her, brushing against her skin, swirling around her like a storm. Evelyn, Evelyn, come closer. Her fingers tightened around the box. The voice was now a rhythmic chant, like an incantation, filling the air, binding her in place. The air around her grew colder, and she could feel the very fabric of reality slipping, unraveling at the edges. Tomas's voice cracked through the atmosphere, his fear palpable. Evelyn, stop! Please stop! This is wrong! But she couldn't stop. She had already crossed the line, hadn't she? It was too late. There was no turning back now. The stone beneath her feet began to tremble. The whispers grew louder, more frantic. Her vision blurred as she focused entirely on the box, on the strange energy radiating from it. Her hands were clammy, her legs unsteady. But she felt something else, a pull, a compulsion stronger than her own will, urging her to open it. She had to. She had to know. With a violent, trembling hand, she wrenched the box open. The air shifted. The chamber seemed to expand around her, the walls stretching impossibly far. The whispers turned into a cacophony of voices, all speaking at once. Their words indistinct but desperate. Evelyn's mind spun, and she felt a surge of vertigo as the very ground beneath her seemed to shift. She staggered forward, clutching the box, unable to look away from the blackness that now poured from within it. It was cold, ice cold, the chill of the deep earth. But it was also alive. A dark shadow coiled from within the box, rising like smoke, swirling around her in an instant, filling the air with an overwhelming presence. Evelyn gasped, trying to breathe, but the air had turned heavy, thick with something she couldn't name. It pressed against her chest, suffocating her. The darkness seemed to shift and move, like it had a mind of its own. "Evelyn!" Tomas shouted, but his voice was drowned out by the sheer volume of the whispers. The shadow moved faster now, swirling around her body like a living, breathing thing. The cold was unbearable, as if the very essence of the earth had come alive and was pressing in on her. It whispered, not in words, but in feelings, raw, primal emotions that she couldn't control. Fear, hunger, desperation, longing. Her fingers went numb as she gripped the box, and in that moment, Evelyn understood. The box wasn't a container for an object. It was a vessel, a prison, and now it had been opened. The thing that had been trapped within was free. The shadow surged forward, its tendrils brushing against her skin like 1,000 icy fingers, and she heard a voice, clear, commanding, shouting directly in her mind, "You have set me free." The words were more than a statement. They were a promise, a threat. Evelyn's heart slammed against her ribs, but she could not look away from the blackness coiling around her, suffocating her thoughts. And then, in a final, desperate cry, she heard her father's voice again, fainter, now as though it were being drowned out by the growing storm of whispers. "Finish it, Evelyn. Finish it, before it's too late." Everything went black. Evelyn woke with a jolt, gasping for air, her chest tight, her heart still pounding in her ears. She blinked rapidly, disoriented, trying to grasp onto the reality she had just been ripped from. The coolness of the stone beneath her fingertips and the suffocating darkness around her still felt too vivid, too real. But as she pushed herself up, the weight of the moment seemed to lift, as though she had just woken from a nightmare. The first thing she realized was the air. The chamber, which had been filled with the oppressive heaviness of the whispers, was now eerily silent. The darkness seemed to have receded, leaving only the faintest traces of the cold air that had gripped her. Her hands trembled as she slowly wiped the sweat from her brow. But the shaking wasn't from fear. It was from the overwhelming sensation that something had shifted, that something had happened in the depths beneath her, in that brief, fleeting moment, something that she couldn't fully comprehend. Her mind ached to hold on to the sensation, but it slipped away like water through her fingers. She looked around, trying to orient herself, but she wasn't in the chamber anymore. She was lying in a bed, a small, unfamiliar bed. The sheets were soft, cool against her skin, and the room was dim, lit by the soft, flickering light of a single candle on the nightstand. She could hear the low murmur of voices, distant but unmistakable, as if the world outside this space was buzzing with life. She sat up, her legs feeling unsteady beneath her. The room was simple, no windows, just walls lined with wooden bookshelves stacked with old, tattered books. A single desk sat in the corner, covered with papers and maps, some of them half-finished, others meticulously organized. A low fire crackled in the hearth, casting a flickering orange glow across the room. Her breath hitched when she realized where she was. This wasn't the chamber beneath the stone ruins. This wasn't the dark, oppressive space where she had opened the box. This was her father's study. It was exactly how she remembered it. A wave of nausea rolled through her as she stood on shaky legs, the memories of that place, of her father's study, coming back to her in waves. She could still hear his voice, that voice that had always been so distant, so consumed by his obsession. She could almost see him sitting at that desk, poring over his ancient texts, scribbling notes, muttering to himself. But now there was something unsettling about the room, something that made the hairs on the back of her neck rise. The air was thick, charged with a strange energy, and the shadows that flickered on the walls didn't seem quite right. They moved too fast, shifting unnaturally in the corners of her vision. She blinked, shaking her head, trying to push the feeling away. She had to focus. There had to be an explanation for this. It was just a dream, just a trick of her mind, a way for her to process what had happened beneath the ruins. That was all. But the unease lingered, the unsettling sense that something wasn't right, something was off. As she took a step forward, the voices outside the room grew clearer. She could hear her father's voice now, not as a whisper in her mind, but loud and unmistakable. He was speaking to someone. Evelyn moved toward the door, the floorboards creaking beneath her feet as she approached. She pressed her ear against the door, trying to make out the words. "Can't stop it now," her father's voice was saying, his tone urgent, frantic. "It's too late. I've made a mistake, and there's no turning back. You don't understand. You don't know. What you've done," the word struck her like a slap. Evelyn's heart skipped a beat as she pushed the door open slowly, the hinges creaking in protest. She stepped into the hallway, her eyes wide, trying to make sense of what she was hearing. Her father had spoken of his research before, of his obsession with the ruins. But this was different. The fear in his voice was palpable. It was real. She walked toward the source of the voice, a strange urgency building inside her chest. As she moved down the narrow, dimly lit corridor, she passed rooms she remembered from her childhood, rooms she hadn't thought about in years. The smell of old books, the faint trace of dust in the air, the feel of the house that had once been a place of refuge for her, a place of safety. But now, it felt like a prison. The voices grew louder as she reached the end of the hall. She stopped in front of the study, the door ajar, and through the crack, she saw two figures standing inside, her father and a stranger. The stranger was tall, with an air of authority about him, but there was something off about him, his movements. Too fluid, too controlled, as if he were part of the shadows that filled the room. Evelyn's breath caught in her throat as she recognized the strange markings on the man's clothing, symbols similar to those she had seen carved into the ruins, identical to those that had been etched into the stone beneath the earth. Her father's voice trembled. "You don't understand. It's here. It's awake. We can't control it anymore. It's..." The man's voice cut through her father's. "It was always going to be this way. You should have known this was coming. You were too late, Liam." Evelyn's chest tightened as she stood frozen in the doorway, her heart racing. The man's words sent a shiver down her spine. But it was her father's expression that truly unnerved her. His face was pale, drawn tight with fear, his eyes wide, as though he had seen something that no one should ever witness. He was shaking, his hands wringing together in a frantic gesture. "You're too late," the man repeated, his tone cold, impersonal. "It was already too late the moment you opened the door." Evelyn took a step back, the air thick with dread. Her heart hammered in her chest, and the world seemed to blur at the edges. She wanted to speak, to call out to her father, but her voice wouldn't come. The weight of the moment was too heavy, and for the first time in her life she felt the gnawing fear that had always lurked at the edges of her mind. Fear of what her father had been chasing, of what he had unleashed. Before she could act, the door slammed shut in front of her with a deafening bang, and the room was plunged into darkness. Evelyn stood there frozen, her breath shallow, the words still echoing in her mind. Too late. The whispers returned, louder now, and as she stood in the darkened hallway, she could hear her father's voice again, faint but clear. "You don't understand, Evelyn. You don't understand what you've unleashed." And just like that, she was back in the chamber beneath the ruins. The air was thick with the smell of earth and decay, and the shadows moved like living things. She was no longer in the safety of her father's study. She was back where it all started, deep beneath the earth, with the thing she had woken now fully aware of her presence. And this time it wasn't just a dream, it was real. The world around Evelyn blurred into a haze as the shadows seemed to bend and twist unnaturally. She was no longer sure of what was real, whether the darkness was seeping into her mind, or whether the dark, oppressive energy in the chamber had actually begun to consume the space around her. The whispers had escalated, no longer soft murmurs but a cacophony of voices, agonized, urgent, dissonant. The sound reverberated through her skull, gnawing at her thoughts, each voice a thread pulling her deeper into madness. Her breath came in shallow gasps, the air thick with an otherworldly coldness. She felt something tugging at her chest, a weight like an invisible hand squeezing her heart. Her fingers, still clutching the box, were now ice cold and numb. Every part of her screamed to drop it, to run, to get out before whatever was awakening fully consumed her. But she couldn't move. It was as though the air itself was pressing in on her, holding her in place, as if the chamber was alive, breathing with her. She felt it before she saw it, a shift in the space around her, a trembling low rumble beneath her feet. At first she thought it was just her body reacting to the pressure, but then the walls of the chamber groaned and the floor cracked beneath her. The ground trembled again, sharper this time, the vibrations running up her spine, and the air grew colder, unbearably cold. It felt as if the very earth had started to split open, as though something was rising, pushing against the foundations of the ruins, clawing its way back into the world of the living. "Evelyn!" Tomas's voice cut through the madness, but it was distant, faint. She could barely hear him above the rising noise. "We need to leave. This is impossible." The whispers grew into a single unified voice, louder now, insistent, commanding. It was as though every inch of the earth beneath her feet was straining under the weight of the thing that had been buried here for so long. "Come to me, Evelyn." The voice was no longer a whisper in her ear, but a force, pushing into her mind, wrapping around her thoughts like a vice. Her body felt as though it was being pulled downward, the weight of the chamber's history pressing on her from all sides. Her legs wobbled, and her chest constricted with fear. She reached for the pedestal, desperate to find something to hold, onto, anything to ground herself. But as her fingers brushed against the stone, she heard a deafening crack, louder than anything she had heard before, and the ground beneath her feet gave way. She didn't even have time to scream. The chamber collapsed. Evelyn fell into darkness, the world spinning around her as she tumbled, her body weightless, her heart hammering in her chest. The voices that had surrounded her, the whispers that had urged her onward, now seemed to be swallowed by the earth itself. It was like being sucked into the void, falling deeper into the abyss, with no end in sight. When she finally hit the ground, it wasn't soft. The impact was sharp, harsh, and she gasped as pain shot through her body. She scrambled to her feet, coughing, disoriented, the dust of the collapse thick in the air, choking her. She looked around, her eyes wide, trying to make sense of her surroundings. The cavernous space she had fallen into was different, darker, colder. The air was heavier now, thick with the stench of rot and decay. Her flashlight, which had somehow survived the fall, flickered weakly in her hand. She could barely make out the outline of the walls, but they were unlike anything she had seen before. The stone was jagged, uneven, and it seemed to pulse with an unnatural energy, as if the walls themselves were alive, breathing. Evelyn stumbled forward, her heart still racing in her chest, the sound of her pulse loud in her ears. She felt the need to move, to find something, anything that would explain what was happening. Her mind was racing, trying to piece together what had just occurred. The ground had cracked, the voices had gotten louder, and now she was in some kind of deeper, darker place. This was no longer the ruin she had uncovered. It was something far older, far more dangerous. "Evelyn!" Tomas's voice called out, muffled, distant. She spun toward the sound, but he wasn't visible. "Where are you? Answer me!" She took a shaky step forward, trying to orient herself. The cavern stretched out before her, its depths shrouded in darkness. The walls seemed to pulse with an eerie, living energy, and the air was thick with a musty smell, like ancient earth that had never seen the light of day. Her legs wobbled as she stepped forward, every part of her aching from the fall, but she couldn't stop herself. She had to keep moving. The silence in the air felt suffocating, but then it came again. The whispers, louder now, more insistent. But they were no longer distant, no longer in her mind. They were coming from somewhere ahead of her, deeper in the cavern. She took another step, then another. The whispers were guiding her, urging her forward, and then she saw it. The wall of the cavern before her was covered in carvings, deep, intricate markings that seemed to stretch as far as her eyes could see. They were symbols, symbols she had seen before. The same symbols her father had scrawled in his journals, the same symbols she had found etched into the stone ruins. They pulsed with a strange light, glowing faintly in the dim light of her flashlight. Evelyn reached out, her fingers trembling as she traced the marks on the wall. The moment her hand made contact, a sudden jolt of energy shot through her, an electric shock that rippled up her arm, through her chest, and straight into her heart. She gasped, her body jerking back, but she couldn't look away. The symbols were alive, changing beneath her fingertips, shifting and twisting like something sentient, something that was calling to her. "Finish it, Evelyn." The voice came again, clearer now. And this time, it was no longer a whisper. It was a command. Something was awakening in this chamber, something that had been buried for millennia, something that had waited for her to open the box, waited for her to step into this darkness. And now, as the symbols glowed brighter and the shadows in the cavern seemed to stretch toward her, Evelyn realized the horrible truth. It was too late to stop it. The pulse of the chamber was unmistakable now, a heavy rhythmic thrum that resonated deep within Evelyn's chest, reverberating through her bones. Every step she took felt like an echo, a disturbance in the fragile stillness of the cavern. The whispers had grown so loud that they seemed to consume the air around her, swirling like a storm, each syllable crawling under her skin, wrapping tighter around her thoughts. The walls were alive, pulsating in time with her own heartbeat. The symbols on the stone walls no longer felt like carvings. They felt like a map, a guide, an invitation. They were leading her deeper, guiding her down a path that had no end. The energy in the chamber felt like a living thing, a force that was slowly suffocating her, drawing her in. Evelyn couldn't stop herself. She had no choice but to follow the pull. The thing she had released, the thing buried beneath the earth, was calling to her. And despite her fear, despite the deep, gnawing sense of wrongness that curled in her stomach, she couldn't resist. Her fingers trembled as they brushed against the stone carvings, the shapes shifting before her eyes. The markings seemed to move, to bend and twist, as though they were alive, feeding off her touch, responding to her presence. The symbols now glowed brighter, casting an eerie, sickly light across the cavern. And then she heard it. A sound, deep and guttural, as if something ancient had awoken beneath her. The ground beneath her feet trembled again, this time much stronger, and she stumbled, clutching the wall for support. The whispers had turned into a single voice, one that was no longer just a whisper, but a roar, filling her mind with its relentless, demanding call. Evelyn. The voice echoed through her thoughts, its tone cold and authoritative, like the wind howling through a barren wasteland. It was everywhere, inside her mind, in the air around her, in her very soul. The voice was pulling her in, urging her closer, closer to the heart of the chamber. She looked up, her breath catching in her throat. There, at the far end of the cavern, a dark shape stood, emerging from the shadows. It was tall, towering, and for a moment Evelyn couldn't make out its form. It was a shifting mass of darkness, indistinct, like a shadow that had taken on a life of its own. But as her eyes adjusted, the shape became clearer, and she saw it for what it truly was. A figure, tall and hunched, its limbs long and twisted, its body draped in the same symbols that covered the walls. The air around it seemed to shimmer, bending in unnatural ways. The thing was not entirely solid, not entirely of this world. It seemed to flicker, to fade in and out of existence, like it was only half real. And yet, Evelyn felt its presence, felt it in the marrow of her bones, in the very air she breathed. It was more than a creature. It was an idea, a force, a presence that had waited for eons, and now it was here. Evelyn's pulse quickened, her feet moving of their own accord. She didn't want to approach, but she couldn't stop herself. The force of its presence was too overwhelming, too powerful. Every step she took felt like an impossibility, yet she was drawn forward, as though the ground beneath her feet was no longer hers to control. Come closer, Evelyn. The voice was all around her now, a chorus of voices blending together, each one distorted, each one echoing her name. It was a call, a beckoning that she could not ignore. She had done this. She had opened the door. She had let it out. The creature, it, moved. Closer, its form becoming more solid, more defined, until Evelyn could see it clearly. It was humanoid in shape, though its features were nothing like a human's. Its eyes, if they could even be called eyes, were deep, hollow voids, black and empty, endless. Its face was a mass of shifting shadows, with jagged lines where a mouth should have been. Its limbs stretched out in unnatural angles, covered in the same symbols that now seemed to pulse and glow across the walls of the cavern. Evelyn's breath caught in her throat. This was what had been buried beneath the earth for centuries. This was the thing her father had been so afraid of, the thing that had been calling to him, the thing that had haunted his every waking moment. Her hand shook as she reached into her pocket and grasped the amulet. It was warm now, almost hot to the touch. The symbols etched into its surface had shifted, changed, and now pulsed with the same sickly light as the ones on the walls. The amulet seemed to hum in her hand, vibrating with an energy that matched the one in the air around her. It was the key to unlocking what had been buried. Her eyes locked onto the creature as it moved toward her, its shadowed form flickering, as if it was unsure of itself. caught between the world of the living and the world of the dead. It reached out, its elongated fingers brushing the air like tendrils of smoke, and Evelyn took a shaky step back. But her feet were rooted to the ground, her body unable to move, as though the creature was commanding her to stay still. "Finish it, Evelyn." The voice echoed in her mind, and for the first time, she realized the truth. The creature was her father. Or at least it had once been. The entity that had been sealed away had fed off his obsession, had shaped itself from his fear and his guilt, from his need to find the truth no matter the cost. And now it was here, a twisted reflection of everything he had sought to uncover. The air grew colder still, and Evelyn could feel her body trembling. The whispers were no longer whispers, but screams, screams that tore through her mind, through her very soul. The creature had sensed her fear, and it was feeding off it, drawing strength from the emotions that flooded her. It knew her weakness, it knew her grief, it knew her regrets. The creature reached out again, its fingers brushing, her face this time sending a sharp chill down her spine. Her body tensed, but she couldn't move. The darkness around her seemed to press in on her from all sides, suffocating her, as though the very air was made of shadow. "You are mine now," the voice whispered, and Evelyn could feel the creature's presence crawling under her skin, wrapping around her heart, twisting her thoughts. "You cannot leave. You cannot escape. You opened the door, and now you will pay the price." Evelyn's mind spun, her thoughts disintegrating under the weight of the pressure, the presence of the creature. Her hand tightened around the amulet, and for the briefest moment, she thought of her father, of all he had suffered, of the warnings he had left behind. She could feel his presence, his voice still echoing in the depths of her memory. "I tried to warn you, Evelyn." Her father's voice, faint but still there, whispered through her mind. "But now it's too late." The cavern trembled, the walls cracking, the earth shaking. The creature's presence was no longer contained by the confines of the cavern. It was growing, expanding, reaching out beyond the stone, beyond the earth. And Evelyn realized with a sinking feeling in her stomach that she had just broken the seal completely. The weight of the creature's presence pressed on Evelyn's chest, suffocating her with its malevolent force. It was as though every inch of her being was filled with the darkness it had brought into the world. Every breath she took was tainted by the suffocating, ancient presence that filled the cavern. Her thoughts spiraled, slipping further from her grasp, consumed by the chaos of the force that loomed before her. Every inch of her body screamed for escape, for the comfort of the world she had once known, but there was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The air itself had become a prison. And then, amidst the mounting terror and the overwhelming noise of the whispers, a new voice cut through it all. Faint at first, barely a whisper, but growing louder as though it had been waiting for the right moment. "Evelyn." The voice was familiar yet distant, like an echo from the past, a memory long buried, and Evelyn's body froze. She looked around, her eyes searching the shadows for the source, her heart racing in her chest. "Clara?" she whispered, her voice trembling. The shadows that enveloped the cavern seemed to shudder, flickering and shifting, and from the darkness stepped Clara Monroe, her silhouette emerging slowly from the deepening shadows. Clara had not been part of the excavation. Evelyn hadn't seen her in days. Yet here she was, standing at the edge of the chamber, her expression grim, her hands clasped tightly in front of her as if to hold herself together. "What are you doing here?" Evelyn's voice was shaky, filled with disbelief and confusion. She could feel her pulse pounding in her throat, and every instinct within her screamed for her to run. But Clara's presence grounded her. For the first time since she had uncovered the ruin, there was something familiar in the air. something human, something that made her feel as though there was still hope, still a chance for survival. Clara stepped forward, her movements slow, deliberate, as though every inch of her was weighed down by the knowledge she carried. Her face, once so resolute, was now clouded with sorrow. "I should have told you sooner, Evelyn. I should have warned you before it was too late." Evelyn shook her head, confusion written across her face. "Warned me about what? Clara, you've been telling me this place is cursed. But we're here now. It's already happened. The creature, it's alive, it's—" "No," Clara interrupted, her voice firm but pained. "It's more than just alive. It was always alive. But it was contained. And that containment, it's gone now. You've unlocked it, Evelyn." The weight of her words hit Evelyn like a physical blow. Her stomach twisted with dread, and the blood seemed to drain from her face. "You knew?" Her voice was hoarse. "You knew this was going to happen. You knew all along." Clara nodded slowly, her face full of regret. "I didn't know how to explain it. There was no way to make you understand. When I found that amulet, I knew. I knew what it was. The markings, they were tied to an old ritual, one that went back centuries, long before any of us arrived in Blackwood Hollow. My family, we've known about this curse for generations. It wasn't a matter of superstition, Evelyn. It was real." Evelyn's heart pounded in her chest. "What do you mean, your family? You knew my father, didn't you? You knew him better than anyone else around here. Why didn't you tell him? Why didn't you warn him?" Clara's eyes filled with sorrow as she finally spoke the truth that Evelyn had only been able to hint at in her own mind. "Your father wasn't the first to seek this out. He wasn't the first to uncover it. It was his obsession. But it was my ancestors' discovery that set it all in motion. My family, we've always kept the secret of what lies beneath Blackwood Hollow. But we could never erase it. We could only contain it. The creature, the thing that was sealed away, it feeds on something deeper than just fear. It feeds on guilt, on loss, on the unspoken sins of those who disturb it. It grows stronger the more it's exposed." Evelyn felt her breath catch in her throat. The pieces of her father's obsession, the inexplicable need to study the ruins, the relentless pursuit of knowledge, were all falling into place now. The truth that Clara had kept hidden for so long was now laid bare, and it made her heart ache with both grief and fear. "And you let me do it. You let me open it." Clara's face crumpled, her grief so raw that it almost seemed to radiate from her. "I couldn't stop you. You were your father's daughter. You were always meant to finish what he started. The thing is, Evelyn, it never wanted to be understood. It wanted to consume." Evelyn's hands clenched into fists. "What do you mean? You said the creature feeds on guilt. What does it want from me? Why is it after me?" Clara's gaze softened and she took a step closer, her voice barely above a whisper. "It doesn't want anything from you, Evelyn. It needs you. It needs your grief. It needs your loss. It feeds off the remnants of your father's guilt and your own. The more you search for the truth, the more it grows, the more it takes hold of you, and the more it wants to return to escape the prison we built for it. It calls to you because of your father's work, and now, because of what you've done, you've let it out. And now it wants to finish what was started." Evelyn stepped back, her head spinning, the weight of Clara's words overwhelming. "What are you saying? That I'm part of this? That the guilt I feel for my father's death is why it's here?" "Yes," Clara said softly. "The creature is tied to the deepest, darkest parts of human emotion. Your father sought to uncover it because he couldn't live with the guilt of what he had done. And now you carry that same burden. The thing that's come from below, The thing you've awakened is the manifestation of all the pain, all the grief, all the sins that have been buried here. Evelyn's chest tightened, her hands shaking. She couldn't breathe. So what do we do now? How do we stop it? Clara's eyes darkened, and for the first time there was something almost defeated in her gaze. I don't know. I thought I did once. But there's no simple answer, Evelyn. The more you try to fight it, the stronger it becomes. The more you resist, the deeper it takes hold of you. And when it takes hold completely, no one will escape. No one. The cavern around them seemed to shift as Clara's words settled in the air. The force that had been building beneath their feet was growing stronger, thrumming through the stone like a heartbeat. And Evelyn felt its pulse in her chest too, pulsing in time with her own. She could feel the presence of the creature again, closer now, reaching out for her, its whispers curling around her mind, calling her name, commanding her to finish what had been started. And Evelyn knew one thing for certain: it was too late to stop. But was it too late to save herself? Evelyn's chest heaved with shallow breaths as she stood in the heart of the cavern, her mind racing, the weight of Clara's words sinking deep into her bones. The whispers still rang in her ears, louder now, almost deafening. They had gone, from subtle, distant murmurings to a constant roar in her head, an assault on her senses that made it impossible to think clearly. Every part of her wanted to run, wanted to escape the cavern, escape the weight of the creature that had been unleashed. But there was nowhere to run. Not anymore. The walls of the cavern pulsed with an unnatural energy, the same energy that had radiated from the stone slab beneath the ruin, the same energy that had reached out to her when she opened the box. The symbols on the walls seemed to throb in time with her heartbeat, shifting and changing with every flicker of her flashlight. She could feel the presence of the creature growing stronger, could feel it pressing in on her from all sides, closing in, suffocating her. And then she felt it, an intense pull at the center of her chest, as though something was drawing her toward the heart of the cavern, toward the creature's source. She didn't know how, didn't know why, but she felt it. She had crossed a line, and now there was no turning back. The moment she had opened that box, the creature had awakened. It had already set its course, and now it was only a matter of time before it consumed everything in its path. Tomas's voice broke through the noise of the whispers, his words barely audible over the cacophony of sound. Evelyn, we need to get out of here. This place, it's alive. It's pulling us in. It's not just the creature. It's the land itself. Evelyn's eyes darted to him, her breath catching in her throat. Tomas was standing a few feet away, his face pale, his hands shaking. He was holding his flashlight tightly, but it seemed to do little to cut through the overwhelming darkness of the cavern. His eyes were wide with fear, and the sight of him filled her with a strange mixture of guilt and despair. He was right. This wasn't just about the creature anymore. The land itself, the very earth beneath their feet, was shifting, bending, as though it were alive, reacting to the presence of the entity. The stone walls seemed to vibrate with the energy, the air growing heavier by the second. I can't. Leave, Evelyn whispered, her voice barely audible. Her hand clutched the amulet in her pocket, its warmth a constant reminder of the force that had been awakened beneath them. I can't. I have to finish this. I have to stop it. Tomas shook his head, his voice strained with frustration. Finish what? Evelyn, this isn't about finishing your father's work anymore. This is about survival. We need to get out of here, now. But even as he spoke, Evelyn felt the pull again, stronger this time. She could feel it in the very marrow of her bones, the creature's presence drawing her closer, urging her forward. She tried to push back against it, but the force was too great. She couldn't ignore it, couldn't shut it out. She could feel it in the air, in the ground beneath her feet. in the very fabric of reality around her. The creature had been bound for so long, but now it was free. It was feeding, growing stronger with every passing second, and it was calling to her. She turned toward the heart of the cavern, toward the shadowed area where the creature waited. The air grew colder, and the whispering voices began to chant in unison, each one melding into the other, their words becoming a single, unified force. "Come closer, Evelyn." Her feet moved before she could stop them. She was no longer in control of her own body, no longer in control of her own mind. It was as if the creature had taken hold of her, pulling her into the depths of the cavern where it waited. Behind her, Thomas shouted, his voice growing more frantic. "Evelyn, no!" But she couldn't turn back. She couldn't listen. She could feel the creature's gaze on her, could feel its presence in every inch of her being. It was more than just a creature. It was a force that had been waiting for centuries, trapped beneath the earth, feeding on the sins and regrets of those who had sought to understand it. And now it had been released, and it wanted her. The cavern seemed to stretch on forever, its walls closing in as she moved deeper. The symbols on the stone walls grew brighter, more intense, until they were burning with an eerie light. The ground beneath her feet trembled again, the earth groaning as if the very land was protesting her intrusion. And then, ahead of her, she saw it, the creature. It was no longer a flickering shadow, no longer a half-formed figure in the darkness. It had taken form, had manifested fully in front of her, and as she gazed at it, her breath caught in her throat. It was taller than any man, its body a twisted mass of shadow and smoke, shifting and flickering with every movement. Its face, if it could even be called a face, was a jagged mass of voids and jagged edges, as though it had been torn from the fabric of the world itself. Its eyes, if they could be called eyes, were endless black pits, consuming everything in their gaze. And as it looked at her, Evelyn felt it, its presence, its hunger, its need. It wasn't just a creature, it was a force that had been awakened by her father's work, by the choices she had made. It was the manifestation of all the guilt, all the sorrow, all the grief that had been buried beneath the earth for centuries. The creature reached out, its long, twisted fingers extending toward her, and as it moved, the air grew colder still. She could feel its touch before it even reached her, its presence crawling over her skin, freezing her to the core. It was no longer a question of whether she could stop it. It was beyond that now. It had already taken hold. It had already begun to consume, and Evelyn realized with a sickening clarity that she was its vessel. She was the key that had unlocked its prison. She could feel it now, feel the creature's presence inside her mind, inside her soul, a dark shadow that wrapped itself around her thoughts, twisting them, corrupting them. Her body felt cold, numb, as though the creature was feeding on her very essence, drawing out everything that was human within her. The creature's voice echoed in her mind, its words laced with cold, ancient power. "You are mine, Evelyn. You opened the door. You released
Me.
Now you will finish what you started." Her legs trembled beneath her, and for a moment Evelyn thought she might collapse, but she didn't. She stood, staring into the black void of the creature's eyes, and in that moment she understood the true weight of what she had done. She had opened the door, she had set it free, and now there was no escaping it. But even in the face of the creature's power, something inside her fought back. Something deep within her, buried beneath the fear and the guilt, refused to surrender completely. The creature reached for her again, its long fingers brushing against her arm, and Evelyn felt the cold penetrate her skin, burrowing deep into her bones. But then, something changed. A spark, a flicker of light deep inside her. The amulet. Her hand moved almost instinctively, reaching into her pocket, clutching the warm stone. It throbbed in her hand, and for a brief, fleeting moment, the whispers stopped. The creature's presence wavered, faltering, as though the amulet itself was fighting against it. And in that moment, Evelyn realized something that filled her with both terror and hope. The creature could feed on her. It could consume her. But it couldn't control her. At least not yet. She wasn't its vessel. She was its antithesis, and if she could find a way to wield it, to use the power of the amulet against the creature, maybe, just maybe, she could stop what she had started. But the creature's grip was tightening, and the cavern's walls were closing in. Time was running out. The creature's presence was suffocating, a weight on Evelyn's chest that grew heavier with every breath. It hovered before her, its form flickering in and out of existence like a fading nightmare, its hollow eyes locked onto her with a hunger that she could feel deep in her bones. The darkness around her seemed to intensify, twisting and coiling like living tendrils, wrapping themselves around her thoughts, urging her to submit, to surrender. But Evelyn fought back, the amulet clutched tightly in her trembling hand, its warmth a fleeting lifeline against the encroaching cold. As she struggled to steady her breath, the whispers returned, louder, more insistent. This time they were not just whispers, they were commands. Urgent, desperate calls that cut through the veil of fear and confusion clouding her mind. Finish it. Complete what you started. Release us, Evelyn. Her thoughts raced, her heart pounding against her ribcage. The creature wanted her to open the door completely, to give it full control, to finish the ritual that had begun so many years ago. It was feeding on her fear, her grief, her regret, and she could feel it. Its presence growing stronger with every moment she hesitated. In the midst of her internal chaos, she became aware of something else, something far more tangible than the weight of the creature's influence. The ground beneath her feet had shifted. The stone floor was no longer just cold and solid. It had become slick, wet, as though the earth itself was seeping blood. Evelyn's gaze shot downward, her breath catching in her throat. The floor was soaked with it, dark crimson streaks that stained the rocks beneath her. The blood was pooling, trickling toward her, forming dark pools where it gathered. It was a sight that twisted her stomach, a sight that made her feel the weight of the darkness that had been released even more acutely. And then, at the far edge of the cavern, Evelyn saw it, a stone altar. It had been hidden in the shadows before, but now, as if drawn by the blood itself, it became visible. The altar was ancient, crafted from the same black stone that had formed the walls of the cavern. But it was unlike any altar Evelyn had seen before. It was large, more like a sacrificial table than a place of worship. Its surface marred with deep, blood-stained grooves, etched with symbols similar to the ones on the walls. The blood on the ground was drawn to it, flowing like a river toward the altar's base, as if the earth itself was eager to feed the darkness. A feeling of inevitability washed over Evelyn as her legs moved toward the altar of their own accord, the pull of the creature still thrumming beneath her skin. She was no longer in control of her body, her every step guided by an unseen force, dragging her deeper into the heart of the cavern. She could feel the cold stone beneath her fingertips as she approached the altar, her hand trembling as she reached out to touch its surface. It must be done, Evelyn. Only then will you be free. The voice, the creature's voice, was inside her head now, filling her every thought. It wasn't just calling to her, it was commanding her, the blood. It was everywhere now, drenched across the altar, pooling in the cracks, running in rivers toward the stone. It was the creature's offering, an offering that had been waiting, bound to the land, waiting for the right moment to be made. And Evelyn realized, with a sickening lurch in her stomach, that the blood was hers. It had always been hers. The ritual, the sacrifice, it had begun long ago. But Evelyn had never understood what her father had truly been doing. He hadn't been researching ancient artifacts. He hadn't been studying history. He had been attempting to break the chains that had bound the creature below. He had been seeking to understand how to release it. And Evelyn, now standing before the altar, knew that this was the final step. This was what the creature needed, what it demanded in exchange for its freedom. Her blood. It was no longer a matter of curiosity or exploration. It wasn't just her father's unfinished work, it was her inheritance, her legacy. She had opened the door, and now the price for her mistake was coming due. Her vision blurred as the whispers around her grew deafening, wrapping around her like 1,000 voices, urging her to give it. The amulet pulsed in her hand, a sharp, burning heat that surged through her veins, filling her with a sense of urgency, of power. It wasn't just an object anymore, it was a key, a connection to the creature that now stood in the center of the cavern, watching her with those endless, hollow eyes. Evelyn's breath caught in her throat as she began to understand what the creature wanted, what it had always wanted. It didn't just want to be free, it wanted to be fed. And in the twisted, ancient logic of the ritual, she realized that the sacrifice was not just her grief, not just her regrets. It was her life. The blood was calling to her. Her blood. The warmth of the amulet in her hand began to spread through her body, the heat filling her chest with a burning desire to give. She could feel it, feel the blood in her veins coursing through her, and with that sensation she understood the horror of the choice she faced. It wasn't just a matter of stopping the creature anymore. There was no going back. The altar, the blood, the amulet, they were all part of the same terrible ritual, one that Evelyn had already unwittingly set in motion. Her father had been right in the end. The creature needed her, needed her blood, and there was no escaping the fact that she was the key to its release. A cold shiver ran down her spine as she stepped closer to the altar. The blood, now inches from her feet, beckoned her, but a part of her, small, weak but still alive, fought against it. She wanted to scream, to run, to tear herself away from the altar and never look back, but the creature's presence surged. Again, its hunger overwhelming her every thought. Finish it, Evelyn. You must feed me. You must make the offering. The creature's voice was stronger now, clearer, no longer a whisper in her mind, but a command. The darkness around her seemed to deepen, and the shadows in the cavern pressed closer, swirling like a storm, as if the very walls of the earth were eager to swallow her whole. She could feel the blood, feel it in her veins, and she realized then that the creature was feeding on more than just her fear or her guilt. It was feeding on her very existence, on her essence, on the memories she had tried so hard to bury. It had always been about her, always about the offering, and Evelyn knew deep down that the only way to stop the creature was to take one final step, to give what it needed, to make the blood offering. But as her hand reached out toward the altar, the amulet began to throb with a fierce energy, pushing back against the pull of the creature. There's still time. Evelyn's pulse raced, the decision now weighing heavily on her. She could feel herself faltering, her hand trembling, caught between the dark, insatiable hunger of the creature and the possibility of redemption, of breaking free from the ritual. Could she stop it? Could she really put an end to the nightmare she had set in motion? The creature's eyes glowed with a hunger that burned through the cavern, and for the first time, Evelyn understood. It wasn't just a matter of finishing what had been started. It was a matter of what she was willing to sacrifice. Still here? Brave. Or maybe you just like the feeling of being watched. Like, subscribe, and drop your time and location in the comments. so we know who's still out there. Now breathe slow. The worst is coming. The air in the cavern was thick with an unnatural weight, the silence deafening after the creature's commanding presence had fallen into a heavy stillness. Evelyn stood frozen, her hand hovering over the blood-soaked altar, the warmth of the amulet pulsing faintly in her palm. She could feel the weight of the creature's hunger pressing down on her, pushing her toward the inevitable. The darkness around her seemed to stretch and contract, like the cavern itself was holding its breath, waiting for the offering to be made, waiting for her to step into the final act of the ritual. Behind her, Tomas's voice cut through the oppressive silence filled with panic. "Evelyn, please!" His words were strained, desperate. "You can't do this! Don't let it take you! This isn't who you are!" His voice was like a fragile tether to the world she once knew. But Evelyn felt it snapping, slipping further and further away with each passing moment. She turned to look at him, her heart aching as his figure appeared in the flickering light of her flashlight. He was standing at the edge of the cavern, his eyes wide with fear and disbelief, his hands trembling by his sides. The terror in his face was unmistakable. "Tomas," she whispered, her voice trembling. Her body was still not entirely her own. The pull of the creature, the pressure in her chest, was too strong. She could feel it inside her, its essence, its hunger, its relentless desire to feed. It was calling to her, suffocating her. She needed to end this. She had to make the offering to close the circle, or everything would be lost. Tomas took a hesitant step forward, his voice trembling as he called out to her again, more urgently this time. "Evelyn, stop. This is not you. This is the creature. It's using you. It's manipulating your grief, your fear. You can fight it." His words were a lifeline, but they felt so far away, lost in the heavy fog of the creature's influence. The hunger in her veins was louder now, pulsing through her, drowning out his pleas. She could feel the blood, her blood, throbbing under her skin, as if it was beckoning her to step forward, to complete the ritual, to seal her fate. "Please, Evelyn, please!" Tomas's voice cracked as he moved closer, his face twisted with emotion. "I can't lose you too." At the sound of those words, something inside Evelyn shifted. For a moment, a flicker of clarity broke through the haze, and she saw him, the person who had been by her side, who had helped her unearth the truth, the person who had stood with her in the face of this darkness. She saw the genuine fear in his eyes, the love and desperation that made him want to save her from the monstrous thing she was becoming. Her heart thudded painfully in her chest as her gaze locked onto his. She wanted to reach out to him, to tell him that everything would be okay, but the words stuck in her throat, trapped beneath the crushing weight of the creature's power. "You can't save me," Evelyn whispered, her voice hollow. She didn't recognize it as her own. It was the voice of someone lost, someone who had already given in. "I'm already lost." Tomas's eyes filled with tears. He took another step toward her, his hand reaching out. But the moment his fingers brushed, the edge of the altar, the ground beneath their feet, shook violently. It was a tremor that rattled the walls of the cavern, sending loose stones crashing down around them. The creature's presence surged once more, louder, more commanding. The air grew colder, and the blood on the floor rippled as if it were alive. "No!" Tomas cried out, his voice full of terror as he tried to pull away. But it was too late. The ground trembled again, harder this time, and the creature's presence grew stronger, overwhelming everything in its path. A low, guttural sound echoed from the depths of the cavern, and Evelyn's vision blurred as she felt something shift inside her, something terrible, something irrevocable. The shadows around them flickered violently, and before Evelyn could react, she saw it, saw him. Tomas was reaching for her, his face twisted in both fear and resolve, but as his hand touched the stone, the cavern seemed to come alive with an explosive force. The stone under his feet cracked open, splitting with an unnatural screech, and before Evelyn could even move, she saw Tomas's body jerk violently. The shadows that had been lurking, flickering in the periphery of her vision, surged forward like a tidal wave, engulfing him. His scream was cut short, his body pulled into the darkness with terrifying speed, swallowed whole by the blackness. Beneath him, Evelyn's heart stopped, her mind unable to process what had just happened. The world around her slowed to a sickening crawl, the blood on the floor pooling around her, the air still and suffocating. She stood there, rooted to the spot, staring at the place where Tomas had been only seconds before. The cavern was silent again, the only sound now the distant dripping of water from the ceiling echoing in the stillness. The creature's presence was palpable, its hunger so strong that it filled the entire cavern, wrapping around her like a heavy cloak. The darkness seemed to pulse, to grow in the absence of Tomas. He had been taken, the offering made. She had failed him. A chill crawled up Evelyn's spine as she took a trembling step forward. The creature's voice whispered once more, its tone now soothing, almost gentle, like a lover's touch. "It is done, Evelyn. The sacrifice has been made." The weight of its words slammed into her like a hammer, breaking her fragile sense of reality. She couldn't think. She couldn't breathe. The horror of what she had just witnessed, the loss of the one person who had stood by her, who had begged her to stop, was too much to bear. She was alone now. Tomas was gone. She had been the cause of his death. She had sealed his fate by opening that box, by unlocking the door. The amulet in her hand burned hot, its heat searing her skin, but she couldn't let go. The creature had claimed its first victim, and there was no going back. As the shadows in the cavern began to recede, leaving only a faint trace of their malevolent presence, Evelyn collapsed to her knees, her chest heaving with sobs. Her body trembled uncontrollably, but the tears that fell from her eyes were not just for Tomas. They were for herself, for what she had become, for the dark path she had walked, and for the price she had paid. And as she wept in the cold, empty cavern, the amulet pulsed in her hand, and the whispers of the creature filled her mind once more, its voice now a constant hum, drowning out everything else. "You are mine, Evelyn. You opened the door, and now you will finish what was started." The air in the cavern was thick with the weight of what had just occurred. Evelyn's mind spun in a haze of disbelief and guilt, her body shaking violently as the reality of Tomas's death settled in like a stone in her chest. She couldn't breathe, couldn't think, her mind struggling to grasp onto some thread of sanity, some semblance of the person she had once been. But there was no escaping it. There was no escaping the truth. She had opened the door. She had unleashed the creature, and Tomas was dead because of her. The darkness in the cavern seemed to close in around her, suffocating her with its oppressive presence. The shadows, once flickering and distant, now felt alive, creeping and swirling like sentient beings, waiting for her to succumb. The whispers had never stopped, but now they were different. They were louder, more forceful, as though they were pushing their way into her mind, demanding her attention. "It's not your fault," the voice whispered, smooth and coaxing. "You couldn't have known. It was always meant to be this way." Evelyn trembled, clutching the amulet in her hand, her fingers numb from the heat. The creature's voice was like a poison in her thoughts, slick and insidious, twisting her guilt into something else, something darker. It was telling her what she wanted to hear, what she needed to hear. But she knew it wasn't true. She had known the moment Tomas had been consumed by the shadows that this was her doing. She had opened the door. She had broken the seal. She had set everything in motion. "It's too late now," the voice continued, this time more insistent. "There is no escaping it. You are mine. You always have been." Evelyn gasped, the weight of its words crashing into her chest. The ground beneath. Her feet seemed to shift, as though the cavern itself was alive, reacting to the creature's influence. The walls, once solid, now appeared to ripple, their surfaces undulating as if they were breathing, and the shadows within them writhed like living things. The air grew thicker, colder, and Evelyn could feel the creature pulling at her, tugging her toward it. She could feel it inside her, clawing at her insides, its hunger growing with every passing second. "No," she whispered, her voice hoarse. "No, I'm not. I'm not yours." But even as she said the words, she felt the creature's presence tightening around her, squeezing the life out of her, feeding on the very essence of her soul. The amulet in her hand burned hotter, its heat searing through her palm, and she could feel the connection between her and the creature deepening, the bond that had been forged when she first uncovered the ruins. She had never truly been free of it. She had always been part of the ritual, part of the curse. She had always been its vessel. The shadows moved closer, curling around her feet, wrapping around her legs like cold, creeping tendrils, their touch sending a chill up her spine. The whispers grew louder, more frantic now, filling her head with a maddening cacophony of voices, each one a fragmented piece of the creature's essence, all calling to her, urging her to give in, to finish what she had started. Evelyn staggered to her feet, her legs weak, her vision spinning. She tried to move, to find some way out, but the cavern was closing in on her, the shadows pressing in from all sides, the creature's power suffocating her. She stumbled, almost falling, but managed to catch herself against the cold stone wall. Her breath came in ragged gasps, and for the first time she realized that she couldn't fight it anymore. The creature had won. It had claimed her. It had claimed everything. The ground rumbled beneath her feet, the tremors growing stronger, and Evelyn felt the walls of the cavern shift once more. The symbols on the walls glowed brighter, their lines pulsing like veins of energy, and she realized with a sickening certainty that the creature was about to emerge in full form. It was awakening, fully manifesting, and she was the key. The shadows surrounding her seemed to respond to the change, swirling faster, forming into a figure, a silhouette that rose out of the darkness, its shape now more solid, more defined. Evelyn could feel the creature's presence, its hunger, its need, pressing against her like a physical weight. She could feel its eyes on her, though she couldn't see them, and the very air around her seemed to tremble with the force of its power. It wasn't just a force anymore. It was here. It was real. And Evelyn could feel it drawing closer. Could feel its cold breath on her skin, its voice echoing through her thoughts. "You cannot stop it, Evelyn." The voice was no longer a whisper in her mind, but a roar that shook her to her core. "You opened the door. You are mine now, forever." The creature's form began to shift and grow, dark tendrils of shadow stretching out like long, gnarled fingers, and Evelyn felt the weight of its gaze upon her, crushing, suffocating. She tried to move, but her limbs felt like lead. Every step she tried to take felt like a battle, the weight of the creature's power pressing against her. Her body screamed in protest, but it was futile. She was no longer in control. She had lost herself to it. And then, with a sudden, violent movement, the creature lunged. Evelyn gasped as the dark mass of shadow surged toward her, tendrils of dark energy wrapping around her like a vice, pulling her toward the center of the cavern. She struggled, her hands reaching out for anything to stop it, but the darkness was overwhelming, and she was dragged backward, deeper into the heart of the cave. The amulet, still clutched tightly in her hand, burned with an intensity that nearly made her drop it. The heat was unbearable, and for a moment she thought she might explode from the pressure. The heat, the power of the creature filling her. But then, just as quickly, the heat dissipated, the light from the amulet, flickering and fading as the shadow overtook her. Finish it. The voice again, now resonating with finality. Give me your soul. Feed me. Become me. Evelyn closed her eyes as the creature's tendrils wrapped around her, pulling her deeper into its embrace. She could feel herself slipping, the world fading, into the darkness. There was no escape. There was only the creature now, only its hunger. And Evelyn knew in that moment that there was nothing left of her to save. And in the final, crushing seconds before she was consumed by the creature's grasp, a single thought echoed in her mind. Tomas, I failed you. The last thing she heard as the world went black was the sound of the creature's laughter. Evelyn's vision was blurred, her mind a cacophony of distant, broken thoughts, her senses overwhelmed by the suffocating presence of the creature. The shadowed tendrils that had wrapped around her now seemed to pulse with an inescapable rhythm, squeezing the air from her lungs and dragging her further into the depths of the cavern. The cold seeping from the creature's form felt like ice on her skin, its presence both physical and ethereal, as though the very walls of the cavern were alive, responding to its dark power. For a moment, it was impossible to tell where she ended and where the creature began. Her body was no longer her own. She felt hollow, consumed, as though she was slipping away into the darkness. The whispers had grown louder, merging with her own thoughts, drowning out everything else. You are mine. You will become me. You opened the door. You are the key. You cannot escape. It was the same chant, the same voice, ringing in her ears, louder now than it had ever been. The voice was everywhere, all around her, filling her mind with a maddening static. It wasn't just a whisper anymore. It was a force, a presence, a call to be answered. And there was nothing Evelyn could do to resist. Her hand, still clutching the amulet, burned with an intensity that threatened to tear through her flesh. The heat was unbearable, but it wasn't enough to break the grip of the creature. She could feel herself slipping into the void, her vision growing darker, her thoughts fragmented, until a flash of memory pierced through the fog, clear and sharp. Clara's words. The truth Clara had shared with her only hours before. Evelyn's breath caught as the memory unfolded in her mind's eye. Her father's obsession, the curse, the bloodline, the sacrifice. Clara had said it, hadn't she? She had said that the creature fed on grief and guilt, that it was bound to the earth by the sins of the past, sealed away by those who knew the cost of awakening it. But Evelyn had broken the seal. She had let it out. The creature's hunger for suffering was insatiable, and her guilt, her sorrow, had fed it more than anything else could. You can stop this, Clara had said. But how? Evelyn thought, her mind straining, the thoughts fragmented and scattered like broken glass. The truth was there, just beyond her grasp, but the weight of the creature's power was too great. It was closing in on her, swallowing her whole. And then, as if responding to her desperate thought, the amulet in her hand flared with a brilliant, blinding light. For a moment, everything stopped. The pulsing darkness, the suffocating tendrils of shadow that had wrapped around her seemed to pause. The whispers fell silent. The cavern, once alive with the heartbeat of the creature, became still, unnaturally still. The only sound that remained was the ragged, strained breath in her chest, her own pulse pounding in her ears. Evelyn's eyes snapped open, and the world before her was no longer a swirling abyss. She could see clearly now, the light from the amulet casting sharp shadows on the walls, illuminating the ancient carvings that covered the cavern's surface. The symbols were no longer just marks on stone. They were alive, twisting, moving, as though they had a purpose. a meaning that was just out of reach. And there, in the center of the cavern, the creature, its true form, stood before her. No longer a flickering mass of shadow, but a terrifying, solid entity. It was taller than before, its body made of darkness and light intertwined, shifting like smoke, but with form, with shape. Its eyes were vast, endless pits of darkness, staring down at her with a hunger so fierce it sent a chill straight to her soul. But Evelyn's heart, though heavy with fear, now beat with something else, something deeper. There was a clarity in her thoughts, a focus that she hadn't felt before. It wasn't just the amulet. It was something more. The truth. Her father's work had been to uncover the creature, yes. But that wasn't the whole truth. The amulet wasn't just a key to the creature. It was the key to understanding it, to containing it. She could feel it now, the amulet's pulse syncing with her own heartbeat, a rhythm that filled her with an understanding so deep, it felt like it had always been there, waiting for her to recognize it. The creature had been sealed away, yes. But it wasn't just a curse. It was a test of will, of sacrifice, a test that had to be passed by the bloodline. The creature fed on guilt, on sorrow, but it also fed on those who were willing to make the ultimate sacrifice, those who would give up everything to stop it. And Evelyn had the power to stop it. She had always had the power. The whispers returned, now not as a chaotic roar, but as a single voice, clear and unmistakable. Finish it. The command wasn't a threat anymore. It was a challenge, a temptation. Evelyn knew what she had to do. She had always known. The creature wasn't just a force of darkness. It was a mirror, a reflection of every choice she had ever made, of every regret, every sorrow that had accumulated over the years. The guilt she carried, the grief of her father's death, of Tomas's sacrifice, it was all feeding into the creature's power. But the creature's power was not the source of her control. It was her choices, her willingness to stand and face what had been done, to face the very heart of the creature and take back her power. Evelyn took a step forward, the light of the amulet blinding, filling the cavern with a fierce, blinding glow. The creature flinched, retreating slightly from the intensity of the light. For the first time, Evelyn felt in control. Her voice, when it came, was steady. "You won't control me anymore." The creature howled, the sound reverberating through the walls, shaking the very earth beneath her feet. It was enraged. It wasn't used to resistance. It wasn't used to being faced with something stronger than its hunger. But Evelyn held the amulet high, its light growing brighter, and she could feel the shift in the energy around her. The creature recoiled, its form flickering, the shadow of its body twisting in ways that defied reality. She took another step forward, her heart steady, her mind clear. The creature's presence was still there, still powerful, but it was no longer suffocating her. It was retreating. It was weakening. And as she held the amulet to the sky, the truth became clear. The creature's power was not in its hunger, not in its dark presence. It was in the fear that bound it, the fear that fed it. She had to let go of that fear. She had to release the guilt, the grief, the shackles it had placed on her. The creature's scream echoed around her, a final, desperate cry as the light from the amulet expanded outward, engulfing the cavern, consuming the shadows, and Evelyn, standing at the center of it all, understood. The creature wasn't just a force, it was the embodiment of her own regrets, her own unwillingness to move past the things she had lost. But she had made a choice, and that choice, her final act of defiance, would banish it forever. The amulet pulsed one final time, and the creature's form collapsed into nothingness. Consumed by the light, its cries fading into silence, and for the first time Evelyn felt free. The silence in the cavern was almost unbearable after the creature's screams faded away, leaving nothing but the echo of its presence hanging in the air like a distant memory. Evelyn's hands shook as she stood, the amulet still clenched tightly in her palm. The warmth of the stone had faded, replaced by a chilling emptiness that seemed to seep into her very soul. She could feel the remnants of the creature's energy lingering, the imprint of its dark power still heavy in the air, but its form, its physical presence, was gone. For a moment, Evelyn stood alone in the cavern, the cold stone walls around, her now seemingly ordinary. The blood that had soaked the floor was still there, a dark reminder of the ritual she had unwittingly unleashed. But there was no movement, no shadow, no sign of the creature. It was as if it had never existed, as though the events of the past hours had been some kind of horrific dream. She exhaled, slowly, trying to calm her racing heart. Her breath fogged in the air, her body still trembling with the aftershocks of the battle she had just fought. The sense of victory felt hollow, almost fleeting. She had faced the creature, felt its darkness encroach on her, and had, by some twist of fate, found the strength to banish it. But Evelyn knew deep down that this wasn't over. The weight of the curse still hung in the air, and the silence, though deafening, felt like the calm before the storm. She felt a cold dread crawl up her spine as the air in the cavern seemed to shift, to grow heavier once again. It was as though the cavern itself was holding its breath. "It's not over," she thought, her mind starting to race as the dark emptiness around her seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat. The shadows were no longer still. They were moving, stretching and expanding like dark fingers reaching toward her. The silence, once comforting, now felt like a prelude to something far more insidious. "You cannot banish me so easily." The voice came from nowhere and everywhere, crashing into her mind with an intensity that made her stagger back. Her knees buckled, and she nearly collapsed, but she caught herself, her hand gripping the stone wall beside her for support. The voice, the creature's voice, was no longer distant. It was here, inside her mind, like a surge of darkness that coursed through her thoughts, weaving between them, filling the gaps, silencing every rational thought. It was powerful, overwhelming, like the weight of the world itself had descended upon her. "You thought you could seal me away," it continued, the voice like cold, sharp nails scraping across her consciousness. "But I am not so easily trapped. I am the earth itself. I am the shadow that has always been beneath. You can't escape me." Evelyn's breath caught in her throat. The air around her seemed to press in, to contract, as though the cavern itself was alive, closing in on her. She looked up, her heart pounding, but she couldn't see the creature. All she could see were the shadows, shifting, rippling, coiling like serpents around her. The cavern had become a living, breathing entity, its walls closing in, its floors trembling beneath her feet. The amulet burned in her hand again, its heat radiating outward, but this time it wasn't a comforting warmth. It was a reminder, a searing, gnawing presence that filled her chest with an overwhelming sense of dread. She could feel the connection between the amulet and the creature, the bond that tied her to it, the power that had always been there, waiting for the right moment. "You are mine, Evelyn. You cannot resist. You have opened the door. You have unleashed me. Now you will serve me." The words echoed in her mind, a constant, unyielding force. She stumbled backward, her hand still clutching the amulet, as the shadows seemed to encircle her, suffocating her, pulling her deeper into the earth. She couldn't breathe, couldn't think, couldn't escape the feeling that the walls were closing in, the darkness growing stronger, consuming her. Her vision blurred as the shadows around her grew thicker, darker, wrapping themselves around her like chains. The creature was not gone. It had never left. It had only been waiting for the right moment to strike, to claim her as its own. No, Evelyn thought desperately, trying to push through the suffocating weight of the shadows. I can't let this happen. I won't let it win. But as the shadows twisted and shifted around her, as the walls of the cavern seemed to close in, she felt the amulet's power surge, pulling her toward the center of the cavern once more. She couldn't resist. The creature's presence was overwhelming, its hunger insatiable, its power growing stronger with each passing second. You are mine now, Evelyn. You are the vessel I have chosen. You will carry me into the world above. You will spread my darkness, my hunger. Evelyn's body trembled with the force of the creature's words. She could feel it inside her, crawling through her veins, wrapping around her heart, suffocating her. It was taking her. She was becoming part of it. Her breath was shallow, her vision swimming as the shadows continued to close in, the cavern seeming to grow darker and darker with every passing moment. She could feel the weight of the creature's presence, the pressure in her chest, the burning sensation of its hunger. She had opened the door. She had let it out. And now there was no turning back. But just as she thought she might lose herself entirely to the darkness, a thought, faint, distant, but still there, flashed through her mind. The amulet, the key, the power she had felt before. It's not too late. With a burst of willpower, Evelyn reached out with her mind, trying to focus, trying to push back against the overwhelming force of the creature. She could feel the amulet in her hand, its warmth still flickering, still pulsing with an energy that had not yet gone out. It was a connection, her connection. She wasn't just a vessel. She wasn't just a victim. She was the key. She was the one who could end it. But as the creature's power surged again, the shadows pressing in from all sides, Evelyn realized, with a sickening clarity, that the only way to stop the creature now was to make the ultimate sacrifice. The price. Her heart twisted with grief. She had been so close. But now, the only choice she had left was the one she had been running from all along. And in the deepest recesses of her soul, she knew it was the only way to stop the curse. She had to let go. She had to surrender, but not to the creature. She had to surrender herself. To destroy it, to sever the bond. The choice was hers. It always had been. Evelyn's heart pounded in her chest, each beat resonating through her bones, an unsettling echo against the silence that had settled in the cavern after the creature's presence had surged. The shadows surrounding her continued to twist and stretch like living things, reacting to the words, the power that filled the space. The air itself seemed alive, thick with the scent of earth and decay, the ancient force of the creature's hunger pulsing in time with her heart. Every breath she took felt like an intrusion, a disruption in the heavy stillness that seemed to press in from all sides. The amulet burned hot in her hand, its heat now an unbearable reminder of the choice she had to make. She could feel the connection between herself and the creature tightening, as though it were pulling at her soul with an invisible thread. Her body felt heavy, her mind clouded with the creature's whispers, those maddening thoughts that swirled around her, twisting and distorting her every sense. She had opened the door, she had let it out, and now it was taking root inside her, clawing its way into her very essence. But even as the darkness pressed against her, even as the creature's influence reached for her with its insatiable hunger, Evelyn knew with an undeniable clarity that the moment of truth had come. The only way to stop it, to stop the curse from consuming everything she loved, everything she had fought for, was to sever the bond, to close the door once and for all. but it would come at a cost. She could feel that too. The creature had made it clear. To destroy it, she would have to offer up everything she was. She would have to sacrifice the very part of herself that had connected her to this world. Her vision blurred as she took a step forward, the shadows seeming to recede slightly with each movement, their dark tendrils recoiling as though they were unsure of her resolve. But the amulet, the key to everything, pulsed brighter in her hand, its light flickering like a beacon in the dark. "You cannot escape, Evelyn. You are mine now." The voice, the creature's voice, echoed through her thoughts louder than ever before, filling her mind with a deafening roar. It wanted her to submit, to surrender, to let it consume her completely. It was feeding off her fear, her guilt, her grief. It had always fed off the darkness in her heart, and now it was stronger than ever. But Evelyn's mind, though clouded, was resolute. She wasn't going to let it win. She wasn't going to let it take her. In that moment, she made the decision that had been gnawing at her, the decision that would forever alter her fate. She would use the amulet, but not as a vessel to bind the creature to her. She would use it as a weapon, a tool to destroy the curse, to sever the bond once and for all. The ritual that had begun with her father's obsession, that had continued with her awakening the creature, would end with her. Only this time, she would not be a part of it. She would destroy it. But at what cost? The thought flickered in her mind, but she dismissed it. The cost didn't matter anymore. The creature had claimed enough lives. Tomas, her father. And now, the curse was going to claim her too. But not if she had anything to say about it. She held the amulet high above her head, feeling its warmth surge through her hand, pulsing with a power that had been dormant for centuries. The symbols on the walls seemed to vibrate, their ancient lines glowing brighter as the amulet's light spread outward. The shadows, the dark tendrils of the creature recoiled once more, flickering and twitching as though in fear. No. The creature's voice was filled with panic, the calm, commanding tone now gone, replaced by desperation. "You cannot do this. Evelyn, you cannot stop me." Evelyn's fingers tightened around the amulet as she took another step forward, her body still trembling from the weight of the creature's power pressing down on her. The cavern around her seemed to pulse, the walls shifting with the energy of the ritual, but Evelyn knew she couldn't stop now. She was at the precipice. She had come too far to turn back. "I can stop you," she thought. Her mind steeled against the creature's attempts to break her resolve. "I will stop you." She could feel the power of the amulet surging now, filling her with a heat so intense it was almost unbearable. The ground beneath her feet began to shake, and the shadows in the cavern twisted violently, swirling like a storm. The creature, now fully manifest, howled in fury, its dark form flickering in and out of existence as it struggled to hold onto its grip over her. But Evelyn was no longer afraid. She was no longer the girl who had stumbled into the ruins, unsure of what she would find. She was no longer the daughter of a man who had sought to uncover the truth at any cost. She was no longer a vessel for the creature's hunger. She was the one who would end it. With a final determined motion, Evelyn thrust the amulet forward, its light exploding outward in a blinding flash. The light consumed the cavern, filling every inch of the space with its brilliance. The creature screamed, its form flickering violently as the light washed over it, its shadowed figure contorting, twisting as though it were being pulled apart. "No!" The creature bellowed, its voice a guttural roar that shook the very foundation of the cavern. "You cannot destroy me. I am eternal." But Evelyn's eyes were locked on the amulet, its light brighter now, brighter than it had ever been before. She could feel the power surging through her, the energy of the amulet coursing through her veins. The creature's presence was weakening, its grip on her slipping, as if the amulet was slowly pulling it from the very fabric of reality. The ground beneath her feet cracked, the cavern shaking violently as the creature fought against the light, its form disintegrating before her eyes. The shadows screamed, but their voices were becoming quieter, fading into nothing. You are not. The creature's voice trailed off, its words barely audible as it continued to unravel. Not forever. Evelyn's breath came in sharp gasps, but she didn't let go of the amulet. She held it firmly, feeling its power surge through her like a cleansing fire. The creature's form flickered one last time, its darkness unraveling, breaking apart until there was nothing left. And in that final, agonizing moment, Evelyn understood. The creature had been a reflection of her own guilt, her grief, her failure. It had fed off her weakness, had fed off the part of her that had been unwilling to let go. But now, with the creature's destruction, she had severed the bond that had tied her to it. The darkness in the cavern faded, the oppressive weight lifting from her chest. The air grew lighter, the shadows receding into nothingness. Evelyn stood alone in the cavern, the amulet still burning with a soft, steady light in her hand. She had done it. She had destroyed the creature. But in its place, Evelyn felt something else. Something that had been buried deep inside her. She was free, yes, but she was also changed. The ritual had been completed, but she could still feel the echoes of the creature inside her, a lingering presence that would never quite go away. The cost had been great, but the price had been paid. The curse had ended, and so had the creature's hold over her. And for the first time, Evelyn realized the true weight of her actions. The world outside the cavern awaited her, but there was one thing she knew for sure now. Nothing would ever be the same. The amulet's light began to fade, its warmth slowly dissipating from Evelyn's hand as the last remnants of the creature's presence faded into the cavern's stone walls. The shadows that had once clung to her, wrapping around her thoughts and soul, were now gone. The weight of the oppressive darkness that had haunted the cavern, that had filled her mind, had lifted, leaving only the cold remnants of silence in its place. But the silence was not peaceful. It was the kind of silence that followed the end of a storm, the air still but thick with the residue of something long overdue. Evelyn lowered her hand, the amulet now cool against her skin. Her breath was shallow, her pulse still racing in her chest, the aftermath of the ritual reverberating through her veins. She had done it. She had destroyed the creature, severed the bond that had been forged between them. But in the aftermath, the air felt empty, void of both the creature's presence and the sense of connection that had bound her to it. And the weight of that absence pressed down on her like a tangible force. She glanced around the cavern, the walls still marked with the symbols that had once thrummed with dark energy. The bloodstains on the floor, once a sign of the creature's hunger, were now just darkened reminders of the ritual. The earth was still, silent. But the echoes of what had happened here, the horror, the terror, the unrelenting pull of the curse, lingered. She could feel it in the very air, in the spaces between the stillness, as though the cavern itself had absorbed everything that had transpired. Her body ached, every muscle trembling with the exhaustion that had come from confronting the creature. Her mind felt fractured, as though the ritual had pulled her apart in ways she couldn't yet understand. The loss of Thomas, the weight of his sacrifice, pressed against her chest like a physical pain. She could feel the hole that had opened in her heart, the part of her that had been left behind in the dark, that had been swallowed by the creature and its hunger, and yet, despite the overwhelming grief and emptiness that threatened to consume her, she felt something else, something she hadn't expected, relief. It was faint, distant, but it was there. The creature was gone. The curse was over. For the first time in what felt like forever, she was free. But as Evelyn stood there, her hands trembling from both the physical and emotional toll, a realization began to dawn on her, something she hadn't truly understood until now. The creature had been more than just a manifestation of darkness. It had been a part of her father's legacy, of the choices she had made. And by destroying it, by severing the bond, she had severed something else, a part of herself. The price of freedom was not just the end of the creature. It was the end of the connection that had tied her to it. It was the end of the person she had been. The realization hit her like a tidal wave. The creature had been a part of her, but so had the amulet. And when she had destroyed the creature, when she had shattered the bond, she had lost something of herself in the process. She had freed herself from the creature, but in doing so, she had also freed herself from the part of her that had clung to it, that had lived in the shadows with it. The amulet was no longer her key to the creature. It was the key to her own self-destruction, to the severing of the ties that had held her to the past. She could feel it now. The absence, the silence, the feeling of being untethered from everything she had known. The world felt distant, foreign, as if she had crossed a threshold that could never be uncrossed. And then she heard it, a voice, soft, familiar, a whisper, on the wind. Evelyn. Her heart skipped a beat. She turned sharply, her breath catching in her throat. But there was no one there. The cavern was empty, silent once more, save for the sound of her own breath, the faint rustle of her clothes as she moved. "Tomas?" she whispered, the name tasting like ash on her tongue. But the voice didn't come again. Instead, there was only the lingering memory of his loss, the face that had once been so full of life now reduced to nothing but a painful echo in her mind. She turned away from the empty cavern, the weight of the amulet still heavy in her hand. She could feel it pulling her toward the exit, toward the world outside, the world that awaited her, the world she could no longer face in the same way she had before. She had lost something in the ritual. She had gained her freedom, yes, but at the cost of a part of her soul, the part of her that had been tied to the creature, that had been bound by its hunger. Evelyn stepped toward the exit of the cavern, her footsteps slow and heavy. She could feel the weight of every decision, every action she had taken. The amulet's power still pulsed faintly, like a heartbeat in her hand. It was a reminder of what had been done, what she had given up, what had been sacrificed. As she stepped into the light of the world outside, the weight of the darkness behind her seemed to follow her. But now, it was distant. The earth beneath her feet felt solid, real. But there was no escaping the truth, no escaping the silence that filled the space left by the creature. She had freed herself from the shadows, but in doing so, she had released something else, a part of her that could never return. And as she walked, the weight of the ritual still hanging heavy on her, Evelyn knew one thing for certain. Freedom had come at a price. The question now was whether she could live with it. The sunlight felt different now, harsher somehow. It no longer embraced her with the warmth she remembered. Instead, it seemed to burn her skin, too bright, too raw. The world outside the cavern stretched before her, vast and untouched, yet strangely unfamiliar. Evelyn blinked against the glare. The world around her sharply contrasted with the dark, suffocating air of the cavern she had just left behind. But no matter how the world had changed, the truth that she carried inside her was something that would follow her forever. The creature had been destroyed, yes, but a piece of her had been left behind in the shadows of the cavern, something that could never be reclaimed. The amulet still burned softly in her hand, its once fierce warmth now just a faint pulse, as though it too had lost something in the ritual. Evelyn wanted to let it fall, to throw it into the river, to bury it deep in the earth where it could never find her again. But she knew better. It would always be there, in her hand, in her mind, in her heart. She couldn't destroy it. Not yet. She had no idea what she would be without it. What would remain if she let go? The walk back to the village felt like a lifetime. The trees stood at attention along the path, silent and still. The wind had died, the birds were absent, and the very air felt thick, as though the world had held its breath. Evelyn's mind felt equally still, her thoughts weighed down by 1,000 unspoken questions, by the hollow echo of Tomas's absence. He had died, sacrificed, in her place. His life had ended because of her, because of the decisions she had made, the door she had opened. And now, even as she walked through the familiar forest, the place that had always been her home, she felt like a stranger here. Every step felt heavy, every sound, a breaking twig beneath her boot, the rustle of leaves in the wind, sounded foreign, like the world was still too quiet, too empty. She had crossed a line, and the cost wasn't just the creature's life or the curse that had been lifted. The price was a slow, lingering unraveling of everything she had ever known. She thought of Clara, the historian who had warned her, who had known the truth about the ruins, the curse. Clara had given her cryptic pieces of knowledge, of history, of ancient rites, but even Clara hadn't been able to understand the full weight of what Evelyn had unleashed. Evelyn had always thought of Clara as someone who clung to the past, who couldn't see the future beyond the stories. But now Evelyn understood. Clara had lived with the weight of that knowledge for years. She had lived with the weight of what could never be undone. I thought it was just a history lesson, Evelyn thought bitterly. I didn't know I was living it. Her eyes were drawn to the horizon, the distant shape of the village. Its quiet sprawl looked so small, so peaceful. But Evelyn knew that this peace was a lie. The truth of what had happened beneath the ruins, of what she had seen in the darkness, would never leave her. It wasn't just the creature that had been awakened. It was something deeper, something primal. And it was buried in the land. Buried beneath the layers of history that Evelyn had once studied with curiosity and fascination. Now it felt like an unspoken warning, a curse that couldn't be erased. As she entered the village, the familiar sounds of life crept back into the world. People talking in the streets, children running, the clink of a blacksmith's hammer against metal. But everything felt distant. She felt as if she were walking through a dream, the sharpness of reality blunted, the edges of the world too soft. Even the faces she passed seemed unfamiliar, like shadows of who they once were. How could they not know? How could they go on with their lives while she carried the weight of what she had done? She stopped at the edge of the village, her gaze falling on the crumbling stone house in the distance, her childhood home, her father's house. She hadn't been back here since his death, hadn't faced the memories that lingered inside those walls, the remnants of his obsession. But now, with everything that had happened, she felt the pull of it. She had to face it. She had to understand. Evelyn walked toward the house slowly, her feet heavy, each step deliberate. The door creaked as she opened it, the smell of dust and disuse filling the air. The interior was just as she remembered it. Papers scattered. Across the old wooden desk, the remnants of her father's research still visible on the walls. The air felt thick in here, thick with the memories, thick with the weight of the past that had been left behind. She crossed to the desk, her fingers trembling as she touched the old, worn leather of her father's journals. She opened the first page, but the words swam in front of her eyes, the ink smudged by time, by the years that had passed. His handwriting was familiar, yet strange now, as though it belonged to someone else. The further she flipped, the more. The words blurred together, the more she realized how little she understood. Her father had been consumed by this obsession, and now it was her turn. She could feel it, the weight of his unfinished work pressing down on her. She could see it, almost feel it in the air, the very stone of the house vibrating with his presence. But his voice wasn't here anymore. She had stopped listening to it long ago. And now, with the creature gone, with the curse lifted, there was nothing left for her here. Evelyn closed the journal and placed it back on the desk, her fingers lingering on the leather cover. The silence around her felt like the finality of it all. There was nothing left for her to do. The ritual was complete. The creature was gone. She had severed the connection, and yet there was no relief, no peace. The truth, however, was clear. Now, the creature had been a reflection of her own darkness, a manifestation of everything she had feared and failed to confront. Her father's research had never been about saving the world, or even about uncovering lost history. It had been about his own need to understand the darkness within himself, and Evelyn, despite her best intentions, had followed him into that abyss. But now, with the creature gone, and with Tomas's death haunting her every step, she realized that the most terrifying thing was not the creature, but what it had left behind in her. The guilt, the shadow of loss, the knowledge that some doors once opened could never be closed again. She had freed herself, yes, but she had also become something else, something forever marked by the ritual, by the curse, by the loss. A ghost of what she once was. And as she stood there, the weight of the house closing in around her, Evelyn understood. The creature might be gone, but its echoes would live within her forever. The evening sun cast long, stretching shadows across the village as Evelyn stood at the threshold of her childhood home. The air felt colder now, the warmth of the day slipping away as twilight crept in, wrapping the village in a blanket of soft, dusky light. But the coolness had nothing to do with the weather. It was something deeper, something rooted inside her. The weight of the past, of everything she had done, of everything she had become, pressed down on her, suffocating her with the knowledge that there was no escaping it. No matter how far she walked, no matter how many miles she put between herself and the cavern, the consequences of what she had unleashed would follow her. The house, now empty, stood as it always had, but it felt hollow, devoid of the warmth it had once held. There were no more late-night whispers of ancient knowledge, no more hurried scribblings of her father's obsessive research, just the remnants of a life consumed by an impossible pursuit. She had thought, hoped, that confronting the creature, ending the curse, would bring a sense of closure, a sense of peace. But now she realized that no ritual, no destruction of the creature could undo the damage that had been done. The air inside the house was stale, a musty scent of dust and time settling in the corners. The echoes of her father's voice, his obsession, still clung to the walls, invisible but suffocating. It was like the house itself had absorbed the darkness, the endless searching, the pain. Evelyn's footsteps echoed on the creaking wooden floorboards as she moved from room to room, her eyes lingering on the scattered remnants of a life that had once been hers, her father's journals, the maps, the strange artifacts, all of it. His life's work, all of it tied to the ritual, the curse, and now to her. Her father had once been consumed by the idea that there were forces in the world that could not be understood, and now she had become part of that. She had opened the door, released the creature, and watched it consume everything around her. Tomas had died. Her father had been lost long before she arrived in the ruins. And now she was left to deal with the aftermath. But there was no closure, no real peace. Evelyn felt the weight of the amulet once more, still warm in her palm, its presence never truly leaving her. It was not just a relic now, it was her relic. It had burned through the veil of darkness, had severed the connection between the creature and herself, but it had also branded her with its power. And though the creature was gone, its influence still clung to her, lingered within her like a shadow, a reminder of the choices she had made. The bond was broken, yes, but she was still tied to it, to everything it had represented. And now, more than ever, she understood the cost of freedom. As her fingers tightened around the amulet, her eyes wandered to the window, where the soft glow of the moon illuminated the village in a silver light. Everything appeared so still, so peaceful. But Evelyn knew that peace was an illusion. The world had gone on without her, but she had not gone on without it. She had lost something in the cavern, something vital, something that could never be reclaimed. Her own innocence, her own sense of identity. The girl who had once walked into the ruins with a thirst for knowledge and adventure had been swallowed, whole by the darkness. And now, there was only the woman left behind, marked by the ritual, bound to the past in a way she couldn't escape. She could hear the faint sound of footsteps outside the house, the low murmur of voices in the street. The village continued, as if nothing had happened, as though the horrors of the cavern and the creature's death had never existed. But Evelyn knew better. The world she had returned to was not the same one she had left. The truth, her truth, was now forever part of this place. It would seep into the very fabric of the world she had once known. The sound of knocking at the door broke through her thoughts. Evelyn's heart jumped in her chest as she turned, her breath catching. She hadn't been expecting anyone. Slowly, she crossed the room, the heavy weight of the past still pressing down on her, and opened the door. There stood Clara, her face grim, her eyes hollow, as if she too had felt the weight of the creature's death. The woman who had warned Evelyn, who had tried to stop her from venturing into the ruins, now looked as though the same shadow that had haunted Evelyn had taken root in her soul as well. "You're back," Clara said softly, her voice lacking its usual warmth, her gaze searching Evelyn's face. "I was worried." Evelyn didn't respond immediately. She didn't know what to say. What could she say? The guilt, the grief, the emptiness inside her made every word feel hollow, every response meaningless. Clara stepped inside, her eyes scanning the room. "I heard what happened. About Tomas, about the creature, and about you." Evelyn's eyes flickered to the floor, the shame welling up in her chest. "What do you want me to say?" she whispered. "That I didn't know what I was doing, that I didn't understand the consequences, that I didn't know he would die." Clara's face softened, but her voice remained steady. "I'm not asking for any apologies, Evelyn. I'm asking if you're ready to face what comes next. You've done what you needed to do. The creature is gone. The curse is lifted. But the world hasn't changed. It never will. You can't undo what's been done." The weight of those words hit Evelyn like a wave, crashing over her with all the force of the ocean. She couldn't undo what had been done, no matter how much she wanted to go back, to change things, to have one more chance. There was no going back. And in the silence that followed, Evelyn realized that Clara had said it all. She had given her the truth. The creature was gone. But the price of its destruction was everything. Evelyn's hand tightened around the amulet, her fingers trembling as she spoke. "And now?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "What happens now?" Clara's eyes met hers, filled with a quiet understanding. "Now, you decide. You can stay here. You can leave. You can carry the weight of it with you, or you can walk away from it. But you can't escape what you are now. The creature may be gone, but you've been changed. And there's no going back." Evelyn stared down at the amulet in her hand, its soft glow pulsing faintly in the dim light. She'd always thought that by defeating the creature, she could return to the life she had once known, to the person she had once been. But now, in the silence of her home, surrounded by the remnants of her father's obsession, she understood. She had crossed a threshold, and there was no returning. Her chest tightened with a sense of finality. She had finished the ritual. She had completed the curse. She had freed herself. But freedom came with a price she would never forget. And the only question left was what she would do with the rest of her life. The world outside Evelyn's childhood home was quiet now, the evening settling in with a stillness that was both peaceful and unnerving. The village was small, its people moving about in their daily routines, unaware of the horrors that had transpired beneath their feet, unaware of the darkness that had been released and the price that had been paid. And yet Evelyn could feel it, the weight of everything that had happened, the force of it still pressing on her chest, leaving her no room to breathe, no space to escape. She stood at the threshold of the house, Clara's words lingering in, the air heavier than the silence around her. "The creature is gone," Clara had said, "but you've been changed." The truth of that statement resonated deep within Evelyn. The creature had been defeated, yes. The curse had been lifted. But what she had been through, what she had witnessed, the choices she had made, it had all left a mark on her. She could feel it now, in every beat of her heart, in every breath she took. She wasn't the same person who had walked into the ruins months ago. The weight of the past, of everything she had learned, of the grief and guilt that had followed her, now anchored her in ways she couldn't yet understand. Evelyn stepped out into the cool evening air, feeling the crispness of it against her skin. The wind carried the scent of the earth, of pine and wet leaves, and for a moment, it almost felt like the world was still the same. The trees, the hills, the distant outlines of the village. It was all there, as it had always been. But nothing felt familiar anymore. Nothing felt like it had a place in her world. The sense of home was gone. She couldn't go back. The path she had walked, had been forced to walk, had taken her to a place beyond redemption. And now, as she stood in the fading light, she realized that there was no going back. She couldn't undo the past. She couldn't fix what had been broken. The amulet still pulsed softly in her hand, a constant reminder of the creature, of the ritual, of the price she had paid to end it all. But it wasn't just a reminder of what had been defeated. It was a reminder of what she had lost. Tomas, her father, the girl she used to be. She had tried to protect them. She had tried to save him, to stop the curse, to finish what had been started. But in the end, it hadn't been enough. She had failed. The thought clung to her like a shadow, refusing to let go. You've been changed. She had thought that if she destroyed the creature, if she put an end to the curse, things would go back to normal. She thought she could return to the world she once knew, that she could pick up the pieces of her life and move forward. But now she knew it was impossible. She had crossed a threshold, and now she had to live with the consequences of that. The house behind her felt like a prison, a relic of the past that was better left behind. It was a monument to her father's obsession, to the darkness that had consumed him, and to the choices she had made that had led to his death. She could feel the weight of those memories pressing on her, suffocating her. It was time to leave. But where could she go? The village felt too small, too stifling. The faces of the people she had known, the neighbors and the friends from her childhood, they all seemed so distant now, like echoes from another life, a life that no longer belonged to her. The ritual had taken that life from her, had stolen it with the same relentless force that the creature had fed on. Her father had believed that by understanding the creature, by unlocking its secrets, he could control it. He had thought that By studying the ruins, by unearthing the truth, he could harness its power. But the truth had consumed him, had swallowed him whole, and now it had consumed her too. The hunger, the loss, the grief, everything she had carried with her, everything that had led her to this moment, had become part of the curse. Evelyn took a deep breath, the air filling her lungs, but it did little to calm the storm inside her. She had no more answers, no more clarity. All she had were the remnants of the past and the knowledge that she couldn't outrun it. "You can leave, Evelyn," Clara had said. "You can go." The idea of leaving this place, of walking away from the life she had known, seemed both liberating and terrifying. She could leave. She could walk away and never look back, but would that be enough? Would it ever be enough to escape the ghost of what she had become? Her footsteps were heavy as she walked further from the house, the path in front of her unclear, lost in the shadows of the evening. The world felt vast and open, but it also felt suffocating. There was nowhere she could go that wouldn't remind her of what had happened. No place that could offer peace. And then, as she walked down the familiar road, she heard it. A faint, distant sound, like a whisper, carried on the wind. The voice, familiar, painful, and almost lost in the noise of her thoughts, Evelyn. She stopped in her tracks, her heart skipping a beat, the world around her seeming to freeze. It was soft at first, like a breath, like a memory, but there it was again, clearer this time, louder. Evelyn. She turned, her pulse racing in her chest. The voice, Tomas's voice, was unmistakable. But how? How could it be him she had seen? Him die, felt him slip away in the dark, swallowed by the shadows. Her eyes scanned the empty road, the village behind her. There was no one. No one was there. The wind shifted, and in that moment, she felt it. The cold, familiar presence. It wasn't the creature. It wasn't the curse. It was a memory. The one thing she had never been able to let go of. The one thing she had carried with her through every step, through every shadow. The love she had lost, the regret that had followed her into the darkness. Evelyn. She closed her eyes, letting the sound wash over her. She couldn't run anymore. There was nowhere left to hide. The ghosts of her past had caught up with her, and there was no way to outrun them. She took a shaky breath, feeling the pull of the village, of the life she had left behind. There was no escape from it, no way to undo what had been done. The creature was gone. The curse was lifted, but the past would never let go. And with that realization, Evelyn understood. The curse hadn't just been broken by the destruction of the creature. It had been broken by the choice she made to face the truth. To walk away, yes, but to live with what had been done. The world would continue, but for her the journey had only just begun. The road stretched out before Evelyn, the dirt path leading through the familiar trees and rolling hills of the village. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, but there was a coldness to it now, as if the land itself had absorbed the shadows she had left behind. The weight of the past clung to her like a second skin. The creature was gone. The curse had been lifted, and yet Evelyn couldn't shake the feeling that there was something still holding her, something from the world she had once known, from the life that had once been hers. The world seemed unchanged, peaceful even. The village hadn't changed. The simple, quiet existence that had always surrounded her was still there, as though nothing had disturbed the rhythm of life. The sounds of children laughing in the distance, the soft murmur of conversation in the market, the distant clink of a blacksmith's hammer, all of it continued, as if time had stood still. But Evelyn knew better now. Time didn't stand still. Not for her. She could still hear Thomas's voice, soft and distant, calling to her from the shadows. Evelyn. The whisper echoed in her mind again, but this time, it didn't just come from the past. It came from the very core of her, a reminder of what had been lost, the love she had abandoned, the connection she had severed, the sacrifice she hadn't been able to stop. She thought of him often now, the moments they had shared, the quiet conversations, the laughter that had once filled the air. He had been her anchor, the one person who had stood by her, who had believed in her. And now, that belief had been extinguished, swallowed by the creature that had consumed them both. Her footsteps faltered as she approached the edge of the village, where the trees thickened and the path became more uncertain, winding into the dense forest that had always felt both familiar and foreboding. The place where she had first discovered the ruins. The place where everything had begun. Her gaze wandered to the distance, to the faint outline of the stone ruins that had been swallowed by the earth, hidden beneath the weight of time. The place where it had all started. The place where the creature had been waiting. She had destroyed it. She had ended the nightmare. But in its place, something else had emerged. A new weight, a new understanding. She had made the choice to face the creature, to destroy it, to sever the bond. But she had also chosen to carry the memory of the sacrifice. Tomas's death, her father's obsession, and the past that had consumed them both. The shadows of the past were not easily erased. They lingered, always, just beyond the edge of her consciousness. The memory of the creature's dark presence, the voices that had whispered in her ear, the cold grip of the shadows, they would follow her wherever she went. But they weren't the only things that followed her now. The weight of Tomas's sacrifice pressed on her. Each step she took away from the ruins, away from the village, taking her further into the unknown, further into the consequences of her choices. And with each step, she could feel the pieces of herself she had lost along the way. Pieces that would never return, unraveling further. There was no way to retrieve what had been given up. There was no going back. Her fingers grazed the edge of the amulet, still clenched in her palm, and she could feel the remnants of its power stirring within her. It was quiet now, its glow barely visible, but it still held the essence of the ritual, the connection to the creature, to the darkness. It would always be with her. The creature had wanted her to become its vessel, to feed it, to serve it. But, in the end, Evelyn had done the unthinkable. She had taken that power and turned it against itself. She had severed the connection. And yet the cost of that victory wasn't just the death of the creature. It was the death of a part of her, the part that had been linked to the shadows, the part that had believed in the possibility of redemption, the part that had tried to protect the people she loved, and in doing so, had failed. I didn't protect anyone, Evelyn thought bitterly. Not really. The ghosts of the past were silent now. The shadows, though present, were no longer as strong. But there were still memories that would haunt her. Her father's unrelenting search for truth, the cost of his obsession, the toll it had taken on them both. Tomas's final breath, the agony of his loss. They were all here with her, buried in the deepest recesses of her heart. She had ended the creature's reign, but she had also become something else. She had become the keeper of these memories. The weight of the past would never leave her. It would remain as a scar, a reminder of what had been, of the people she had lost, and the life she could never return to. And yet, as she walked away, from the village, from the house she had once known, Evelyn felt a strange, bittersweet freedom. The burden of the curse had been lifted, but the cost had been great. Her father's death, Tomas's sacrifice, they had been paid in blood, and she could never forget that. There was a small part of her, a flicker of hope, that whispered, "You can still make a life, you can still move forward." But in her heart, she knew the truth. There was no moving forward without carrying the past. And the weight of that past would always be there, walking with her. She had broken the chain that had bound her to the creature, to the curse, to the darkness. But in doing so, she had forged a new chain, one of memories and regret, of sacrifice and loss, and that chain would never break. Evelyn's footsteps were slow, the path winding through the dense forest now thick with shadows, the dimming light of the evening casting long stretches across the ground, distorting the trees into twisted silhouettes. She walked without really looking at her surroundings, her mind too heavy with what had passed and what had been left behind. The wind had picked up, rustling the leaves above her, and with it came the smell of wet earth, the kind of scent that filled the air just before a storm. The world around her seemed alive with things she couldn't see. Whispers carried on the breeze, faint and distant, just beyond her reach. She couldn't stop thinking about the creature, the thing she had freed, the thing she had destroyed. How could she have opened the door so recklessly? How could she have not seen the cost of it until it was too late? The guilt still gnawed at her, though it was quieter now, hidden beneath the weight of the amulet and the echoes of Tomas's voice that still haunted her thoughts. Evelyn. The whisper had returned in fragments, sometimes soft, sometimes sharp, like a crack in the fabric of her sanity. Every time she thought she had moved past it, the memory of him, of his sacrifice, would rise up and pierce her heart. But there was something else now, something darker, something she hadn't expected. It wasn't just the absence of the creature that unsettled her. It was the emptiness that filled the space it had left. She had destroyed it, yes. But in doing so, she had destroyed a part of herself. The connection she'd once felt to the creature, to the curse, was gone. But something had replaced it. Something darker, more insidious. As the minutes passed and the forest grew darker around her, she felt it. Something pressing at the edges of her awareness. Something pulling at the corners of her vision. It wasn't just the usual isolation of the forest, the creeping feeling of being alone. This was something different. This was the sense that the world around her was shifting, changing, becoming something unfamiliar. The shadows seemed to stretch toward her, not with the same life as before, but with a purpose. She stopped walking, her heart racing, the hairs on the back of her neck rising. The wind had died again, and the forest was eerily still. The whispers had grown louder, but this time they weren't just in her head. They were here, surrounding her, brushing against her skin, curling into her mind. Evelyn. Evelyn. She spun around, her breath catching in her throat, but the forest behind her was empty. There was nothing. Nothing but the dark trees and the thickening shadows. Still, she couldn't shake the feeling that she wasn't alone, that she hadn't truly escaped what had been unleashed. Her fingers tightened around the amulet in her hand, the familiar warmth pulsing through her skin. But it didn't comfort her this time. Instead, it felt like a weight, a reminder of everything she had done, of everything that had been lost. The connection between her and the creature was gone, but the bond between them, the bond she hadn't realized she'd forged, remained. Suddenly, a sound, a low, guttural cry, shattered the silence coming from deep in the woods. Evelyn's heart skipped a beat, her legs frozen as she listened. The cry was unlike anything she had ever heard before. It wasn't an animal. It wasn't human. It was something else, something other. The air seemed to ripple with the sound. vibrating in her chest, unsettling her. She stood still for a moment, her mind racing, trying to make sense of it. Was it the creature? Was it a remnant, a piece of it still lingering in the world, waiting to claim her again? No, she thought, shaking her head. I destroyed it. I sealed it away, but the truth of it was becoming clearer with each passing second. The ritual had worked, yes, but in destroying the creature, in breaking the curse, she had done more than simply rid herself of an ancient evil. She had opened a door to something else, something far more dangerous. The wind stirred again, and for a moment, the air seemed to shift, warmer, thicker, as though the forest itself was breathing. Evelyn's heart pounded in her chest, the dread creeping back into her veins, tightening around her throat. The whispers were growing louder, merging with the cries in the distance, and she realized with a sinking feeling that the creature wasn't gone. It had never been destroyed. It had only been released. The connection, the bond that had once tied her to the creature, had been severed, but it had changed. The creature had been a reflection of her own darkness, her own guilt, and as she had destroyed it, she had inadvertently freed that darkness, untethered it from the world, and allowed it to shift, to become something else. And now, the thing she had awakened was no longer a creature of shadows. It was a presence, something that had always been there, lurking beneath the surface, waiting for the right moment to emerge. Evelyn's mind reeled as the shadows around her began to warp and twist, the trees stretching impossibly high, their limbs writhing in unnatural serpentine patterns. The ground beneath her feet seemed to shift, the very earth trembling beneath her, as though something massive was moving beneath her. She tried to move, but her legs were heavy, her body unwilling to respond. The whispers were in her ears now, not just words, but feelings, impressions that rushed over her, crawling beneath her skin. Evelyn, you've done it again. You've released what was always meant to be kept hidden. Her breath was coming faster now, her heart racing, but it wasn't fear that filled her. It was rage. It was something darker, something she hadn't felt before. What is this? She thought, her mind spinning in confusion. The forest had become a living nightmare, its shadows pulling at her, the whispers in her mind drowning out everything else. Her fingers tightened around the amulet, and in that moment, Evelyn understood the terrible truth. The creature hadn't been defeated. It had merely evolved. It had merged with the darkness within her, the very things she had tried to bury, the parts of herself that she had never wanted to face. It wasn't a creature anymore. It was a curse that had followed her, had fed on her grief and her guilt, and now it was becoming something far worse. A new kind of darkness, and she was the one who had unleashed it. The ground beneath her cracked, and with it, the first hint of something darker than the shadows that had once filled the cavern. It was no longer just the past she was running from. It was the beginning of something far worse, and Evelyn knew there would be no escape from this. Not now, not ever. Evelyn stood at the edge of the forest, her eyes fixed on the darkness that had begun to consume the path ahead of her. The trees twisted unnaturally, their gnarled limbs stretching like fingers reaching for her, pulling at her very soul. The whispers in her mind had become louder, more insistent, merging with the cries from the depths of the forest. The creature was no longer just a shadow. It was a presence, a malignant force that had slipped free of its prison and was now spreading, growing, shifting with an insatiable hunger. The amulet in her hand throbbed with its own dark energy, a constant reminder of the bond she had once shared with the entity she had thought was gone. She had destroyed it, hadn't she? She had severed the connection, obliterated the creature's physical form, and yet it was here now, in the very air around her, in the very soil beneath her feet. The ritual had worked only in part. By severing the link, she had opened the door wider, allowing the darkness to spill out and fill the world. The curse had never been bound to the creature. It had always been bound to her. The amulet, the ritual, the echoes of the past, everything had pointed to one inevitable truth. The creature's essence was not just in the shadows or in the curse. It had always been in her. Evelyn. The voice came again, low and insidious, curling around her thoughts. It wasn't Tomas's voice anymore. It was something else, something that had no face, no form, only an insatiable hunger that filled every corner of her mind. It had become the manifestation of her own guilt, her own grief, the thing she had tried to outrun and destroy. But she couldn't escape it. It was inside her. It always had been. The air seemed to crackle with energy as the ground around her trembled. The forest was alive with movement, but not the kind of life she had known. No birds, no insects, just the deep, suffocating silence that was broken only by the whispering wind and the distant sound of cracking earth. The village far behind her was a world she couldn't return to, not without losing herself entirely. She had tried to destroy the curse, but she had only unwittingly released it. It had always been meant for her to carry, an inheritance she could never shed. You have no choice, Evelyn. You cannot escape me. The voice wrapped itself around her mind, drowning out everything else. The forest seemed to close in, the shadows thickening, becoming denser, more solid. The path ahead of her was disappearing into a swirling mass of blackness, the very world bending under the weight of the creature's power. The ground beneath her feet cracked, a deep fissure opening up, and she stumbled back, heart pounding, in her chest. This was it. This was what she had unleashed. The creature wasn't just a force to be defeated. It was a part of the world itself, an ancient entity that fed on darkness, on the souls of those who dared to challenge it. It fed on the things that made people human, their pain, their fear, their regret. And Evelyn had given it all that it needed. She had to stop it. But how? Evelyn's hand tightened around the amulet, the heat from the stone searing her palm. She could feel the pulse of its power, its darkness, and it called to her. The pull was almost magnetic, the lure of the creature's voice growing louder in her mind. It would be so easy to give in, to let the darkness consume her, to become a vessel for the force she had tried so hard to destroy. She had already lost so much. Wasn't it easier to just let go? To let the world burn and fade into nothingness? The thought was so tempting, so easy. She could feel the weight of it in her bones, the weight of the past, the weight of Tomas's sacrifice, the weight of her father's obsession. She had fought for so long, but it had never been enough. She had made the ultimate sacrifice to stop the creature. But now, in the face of its return, what choice did she have? What was left to fight for? She closed her eyes, taking a deep breath, her thoughts swirling with confusion and desperation. But as the wind picked up again, something changed in her. A thought emerged from the deep corners of her mind, something she hadn't wanted to face. The creature doesn't control me. I am not its vessel. I am not its servant. I choose. And in that moment, Evelyn understood. The creature had fed on her grief, her guilt, her fear, and it had become those things. But it didn't have to define her. She had the power to make a different choice, to reclaim her own identity, to break free from the curse that had tried to consume her for so long. The ground around her trembled again, the air thick with the creature's presence. But this time, Evelyn didn't hesitate. She raised the amulet high above her head, feeling the heat surge through her, the power of it surging through her veins. She could feel the darkness closing in, but she wouldn't allow it to consume her. She had a choice. And this time, She wasn't going to run. "I choose to face you," Evelyn thought, her voice steady in her mind. "I choose to end this, for good." The creature's presence writhed in fury, a roar of anger echoing in the air, but Evelyn was resolute. She could feel the weight of her decision settling in her chest. This was the moment where she would either surrender completely to the darkness or make the choice to break free, to reclaim the light that had always been inside her, buried beneath the pain and the grief. With a fierce determination, she slammed the amulet into the ground, the stone making contact with the earth with a deafening crack. The energy around her exploded, a bright, blinding light surging from the amulet, ripping through the shadows. The very air seemed to vibrate with the intensity of it, the ground beneath her shaking violently as the forest seemed to come alive with the force of the ritual. The creature screamed, its form flickering and writhing as it struggled to maintain its hold on her, but Evelyn's mind was clear. She wasn't going to succumb. She wasn't going to let it define her anymore. This was her fight, her choice. And as the light grew brighter, the shadows recoiling, Evelyn felt the weight of the curse lift from her shoulders, the creature's presence finally breaking apart, scattering into the winds like dust. The scream faded. The forest grew still, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, Evelyn felt the emptiness inside her fill with something else. Not darkness, not grief, but a quiet, peaceful silence that came from knowing she had made the final choice. She had faced the darkness, and she had chosen the light. For the first time, Evelyn took a deep, steadying breath, her heart no longer heavy with the weight of the past. She had severed the connection. She had freed herself. And now, the world was hers to rebuild. The dawn broke slowly, spilling soft golden light over the forest as Evelyn stood at the crest of the hill, looking down at the village that lay below. The village, once a place of comfort and routine, now seemed distant, almost unreal. It was as though the years she had spent there, the life she had lived before everything began to unravel, had belonged to someone else. The village had continued without her, and she had become something different. Someone different. The girl who had once walked these roads, who had once sought adventure and discovery, had been consumed by darkness and loss. But now, in the quiet of the morning light, she realized that she was no longer that person. She was someone who had faced the deepest horrors, someone who had made a choice, and in that choice had found the strength to let go. She could still feel the remnants of the amulet's power thrumming lightly in her palm, but it was fading. Its glow, once so fierce, now was barely a flicker, like the last embers of a fire slowly dying out. It had served its purpose, had been the key to breaking the curse, to facing the creature, and now it was just an object, a relic of a time she was leaving behind. For so long, the amulet had been a reminder of everything she had feared, everything she had lost. It had been a connection to the darkness that had consumed her, but now she saw it for what it truly was, a tool, a symbol, and a part of her journey. She didn't need it anymore. It had served its purpose, and so had she. She glanced down at it one last time, her fingers lightly grazing its surface. The glow dimmed, flickering out like the final breath of a storm, and as the light faded, so did the last of the weight that had been on her shoulders. Evelyn felt it lift, the suffocating presence of the creature, the ever-looming shadow finally, receding into the past. She had faced the darkness and had made her choice. She had let go. With a final, deliberate motion, she dropped the amulet to the ground. It landed softly in the grass, the faintest trace of light still emanating from it. Evelyn stood over it for a moment, staring at the relic that had shaped her life, before she turned and walked away. She wasn't running anymore. She wasn't running from the past, from the darkness, or from herself. The path before her seemed endless, but there was no fear in her heart now. She had crossed the threshold and had made her peace with what had happened. She had faced the consequences of her actions, and while the scars would always remain, they no longer defined her. She had no more answers to the questions that had plagued her. There was no more searching for truths, no more uncovering of the past. The journey, the fight, the terror, it had all led to this point. And now, for the first time, she felt at peace with herself. She walked for hours, her feet carrying her further and further away from the place she had once called home. The sun rose higher, casting long shadows across the hills, painting the world in soft shades of light. Evelyn felt the world around her come alive with each step she took, each breath of fresh air filling her lungs, each sound of the forest coming to life as the morning unfolded. The breeze that tugged at her hair, the rustle of the leaves in the trees, the call of distant birds. They all spoke to her now, not of a past she could never reclaim, but of a future she could shape on her own terms. And then, just as she reached the edge of the forest, she stopped. It wasn't the world that had stopped. It was her. Her heart beat in her chest, steady and strong. Her eyes scanned the horizon, the vast world ahead of her. And for the first time, she wasn't haunted by the ghost of what had been. She wasn't tethered to the curse or the loss. There was only the now, the place where she stood, and the unspoken understanding that, though the journey had been dark, the road ahead was hers to choose. Her gaze softened as she looked back toward the place she had come from. The forest stood behind her, the trees swaying gently in the breeze, as though acknowledging the weight of her decision. She had let go of the past. She had broken the curse. She had made the sacrifice. And in doing so, she had found herself again. The world had not forgotten her. The village had not forgotten Thomas. And neither would she. They would always be with her, woven into the fabric of who she had become. She carried their memory, their echoes with her. But now they were no longer chains. They were a part of her, a part of the strength she had found in the darkness. Evelyn turned away from the forest, taking her first step forward into the world beyond, knowing that the past would always echo, that the scars would remain, but that she could still walk into the light. She had crossed through fire, but the fire had not consumed her. It had changed her. She was no longer the girl who had stumbled into the ruins seeking answers. She was no longer the woman shackled by the past. She was someone who had faced the darkest part of herself, and in doing so had risen from it, whole, stronger, freer. The wind picked up again, carrying with it the scent of the earth, the promise of new beginnings. Evelyn took a deep breath, feeling it fill her lungs. There was no more darkness that could follow her now. She had freed herself, and the road ahead, though uncertain, was hers to walk. With one last glance at the path behind her, Evelyn stepped forward, and for the first time she didn't look back.